Good evening and welcome back to our Saturday night. Friday night? Saturday night?
It's Saturday.
What is today? Today is Saturday. Oh my goodness. And the 5th annual shootout tonight. We are going to run some minis, some X30 Juniors, and some X30 Seniors. First of all, let's talk about the start of this event, year number 1, 2021. We saw Paulie Massimino win in a crazy last lap battle. Caleb, start talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of talk about that weekend as a whole, right, Cal? And you think about the interview Paulie Massimino had at the start of that weekend, right, talking about the motor, saying it wasn't so good at the bottom, with the bottom end. Then he turns around, wins that race from almost last place, gets himself in a last lap battle, given there was a lot of carnage in that one, Cal. And you were here for it, actually, on the switches for that one. And again, the amount of drivers that were in the class in that field as well was huge. And then Paulie, again, hasn't won an X30 shootout since, but again, this weekend looking pretty good and looking pretty promising as well with the pace they have found over the past year with BBS Racing Engines and with Brandon Jarskrak Racing.
Yeah, I mean, Paulie has really shown, as he showed last night, that he is, kind of the man to beat when it comes to the shootouts. And, going back to that first year, we see the clips every year, right? Braden Eves, Brandon Jarskrak, the owner of the team now, involved. And I think that really sparked, what this event is all about. It really started from the very first event on, I think this event really shows everything that U.S. karting has to offer. And we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of sparks tonight. I mean, a lot of guys, like you're mentioning, Paulie was in that first event, and I believe he's made every shootout. Now, he's going to need a promoter's pick to get in tonight. He was 11th on the total score, but I think he'll be in.
Yeah, he was in off of the promoter's pick, as well as a couple of other drivers as well. I heard Dalton Haynes is going to be in off of the promoter's pick as well. Jacob Kohler, I saw him go pick up a set of tires. And again, an update for you guys at home. Naomi Garcia did win the fan vote, so the young lady from Trinidad and Tobago is going to be in that race. And again, rookie in the senior class, so she's going to be out there as well. And again, that history kind of goes on as well. It's been great. Haley, I'll let you take over as well, right? What else you got for us?
Yeah, in terms of 2021, I'm going to throw it back here a little bit. We're running the same layout tonight that we saw all the way back then. We're bringing it back for our 5-year anniversary. Caleb, break down that track a little bit for us and give our viewers a bit of a breakdown if they did not see the original year.
I mean, it's a little bit different, right? If you guys take a look over at the on-track action, the cutoff's already been kind of shaped, and it's that cut through here on the main straight, so kind of what we were using. But you're actually cutting through, and you're using turn number 8, which is a reverse. So you go in, which is, turn number 1, 2, 3 in the back, and you go to turn number 4, and then from there you come in and you really cut through before turn number 6. You take a left-hander, and turn number 8, the hairpin, then you go back to the front straightaway. So it's very close, very quick racing action. And again, there's not too much room. Kyle, we saw, right, some incidents in 2021 for that initial layout. The first time it's coming back here this year. So we're expecting to see a little bit of the same. The concrete as well, the runoff, very, very bumpy. We saw that already today throughout some of the races. And again, I'm expecting to see that as well. So drivers, kind of hitting one of those bumps, getting on the side of each other, maybe a little bit of contact here and there. But it's going to be elbows out racing nonetheless. Blake Hunt, again, letting them know,
X30 Jr for the
right, they're getting close as well. Real quick before we get to that next point, I do have the names that are going to be in the shootouts here for Mini Swift and X30 Jr. Zane Burgess, Colton Bruck, Cameron Johnson, Bryson Scales, Holden Myers, Lawrence Perriman, Jaden Francisco, Cade Wolf, Maxwell Macha, and Liam Nachawati, the drivers taking the green flag in the Mini Swift shootout. X30 Jr. has Tristan Murphy, Jackson Gibson, Max Weiland, Lucas Palacio. Last night's KA Junior shootout winner, Nathan Golset's going to be in it. Edward Kennedy, Jude Malaswamy, Nico Katowski, John Antonino, and Ashton Woon, the 10 drivers that are taking part of the X30 Junior shootout. But Kyle, again, talk about the track. You saw it race here. You were part of the production team that year whenever we were here for that initial year with that track layout.
Yeah, same layout as the inaugural layout. Same one we ran last year. We actually did this last year in the same format. That concrete patch, like you mentioned, up and that through the cut through, that's going to cause some guys some problems. I mean, it's really bumpy. The transition's kind of awkward, and there's no curb on the exit like you normally would have. And I love this short kind of chicane on the front straight. It's definitely been probably the best layout we've used in 2022. We had the big one that we used today during the heats, and then we ran it reverse the next year when Joe Turney won. But I mean, yeah, I think this is the best layout that's going to provide the best action, yeah, I'm really excited. I'm already getting chills. Like, this is probably the best event of the year, man. Haley, how many times have you been here for this event? Have you been here every year?
For this event, I believe I've been here, every single year as a spectator, so it's looked a little bit different for me, but we're going to move it forward a little bit in the timeline and talk about the layout that we used in 2022 that we used also today for our heat races. We saw this layout get dominated by Joe Turney in the rain. Thankfully, there's no rain today. It's been a dry weekend. I'm very thankful for that. I've been rained on far too much this season along with you guys. But let's talk about Joe Turney. We don't have him here this weekend, but he's had some dominance. Who else has been dominant?
I mean, a lot of drivers. You talk about Ryan Norberg as well in 2022. He was dominant over Connor Zilish. Again, now a NASCAR Cup Series driver here pretty soon, and as well Jeremy Fletcher. So again, you talk about 2022, 2023, Joe Turney dominated the entire weekend, came away with almost every single prize money that he could have outside of the main event where he lost to Dalton Haynes. But again, Ryan was dominant in 2022 over Connor and Jeremy. And that was the same layout that we use in the heats today, like you mentioned earlier, Haley. In 2023, we used that same layout, but in reverse. So we ran it the other way around. So it was a little bit different than what we saw today. But even then, that layout gave us some good racing action throughout the day. It took, I think, a little bit longer, and I said it to Xander as well, and I said it on the broadcast a couple of times. The starts were very important today, and I think we saw separation happen, which kind of left us waiting a little bit more for the action to kind of brew up, and even then it wouldn't come at times as well, where guys like Palacio were able to run away. The same thing for Garrison, Massimino able to run away, and Kay Sr. So it's I'm hoping we're going to get some good racing here tonight, like we saw last night with the Kid Kart layout, and I'm sure we're going to get some good stuff tonight with the classes that we have.
We talk a lot about domination over the last couple of years of this event. Joe Turney, Ryan Norberg last year and 2 years ago. The only defending winner is Paulie Massimino. A guy who's been dominant is Alessandro Di Tullio this weekend. So I'll throw it to you guys. Do you think we'll see another dominant shootout tonight, or what do you think we're looking at?
I think that Ale is really one of those drivers that even if he might not have the piece, he might not have the cart to win it, he's one of those drivers that his driving can really compensate for that. But I mean, in terms of Ale this weekend, he's been absolutely incredible, I think is the word that I would use. He's swept. And I think that in this shootout specifically, we're going to see him perform. He's had the piece. I think that I would say that. Caleb, what would you say about it?
Yeah, it's just a little bit different, right? When you look at the layouts, guys like Paulie have ran this layout before, right? So he's one of the ones that I'm keeping an eye on. Austin Garrison, he's taken part of this event for many years. I'm keeping an eye on him, and again, he missed the event altogether with his best friend's wedding last weekend, so he's going to be hungry for money. And again, think about how last night ended up for him. So I'm excited to see him kind of get himself with elbows out racing. So it's just going to be close. I really think for ADT, it's just different, right? When you see it all changes and it all gets turned upside down, and it's all a matter of team, setting up your chassis for it, making changes, making the right changes at that, because more often than not, we have teams already rolling up to the grid, but, sometimes the changes that they make and they get out there for that first practice, it isn't relative, or it didn't work the way they thought it would, so they have to go back to the drawing board. Even then, we saw it yesterday, Kyle, when me and you were walking the hot grid. It's front end changes on the go, right? Really fast making those changes. For the most part, I think Brandon and his crew were really on it, right? They were, 2 guys per cart. They were ready, came up to the grid with axles and, everything they might have needed to change on the go. And even then, thankfully for them, they didn't have to change any of that. But that being said, it's just been very close. So in regards to ADT, coming full circle, it's going to be close. I think the shootout is a different beast, right? He's been good in the heats. He's been good yesterday as well, been very dominant. But you're coming to a brand new layout, brand new track with limited track time. And if you look back to, I believe, the last shootout he had in 2023, he didn't make the start, had a DNF in one of those. It was raining. It was, all kinds of upside down for the shootout. But I'm expecting to see some good stuff out of ADT. Again, the speed's been good. The power's been good. The chassis's been good. And we'll see how good he is, right, adjusting on the fly tonight.
And Caleb, like you said, those external factors that factor into a driver's performance in shootouts like this. Another thing that I would really like to touch on that the viewers at home might not really see, they definitely don't see because they aren't here, is that it has cooled off pretty significantly since earlier in the day, and that's something that I don't think really happened all that much last night. I feel like the weather kind of stayed fairly similar, so drivers kind of had an idea of what the track was going to feel like in most corners. But this time around, we're switching it up, and it's really not similar at all as to how it was earlier today. And so I think that what are some of those changes that we might see drivers making?
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about those changes, right, I think more than anything with it being cooler, yesterday or throughout the day, a lot of drivers said, I spoke to Oliver Hodgson actually on this, and he said, when it gets hot and you get towards those last sessions of the day, the track kind of gets a little bit greasy, and then it you kind of reset whenever you get to the night show and whenever you get to the shootout. So it's almost full turn, full circle, so you're kind of back in it. I really think maybe we're going to expect to see, some of the cutoffs I think might be a little bit slick, especially with the temperature cooling down. Maybe adding a little bit more grip is the thing I could say to you. Tire pressure is going to be a big factor. Getting on that's I think one of the hardest things outside of gear to figure out. I think tire pressure is going to be the big thing to kind of adjust here.
Yeah, I was speaking with some of the KA Junior drivers earlier today, and I will say the track, they've put some rubber down on it. I'll give them that. But in regards to how those concrete slabs were performing, they were telling me that as you go into what was turn 9 earlier in today, that if you get on the gas at all while you're on those concrete slabs without any grip, they just absolutely lose the rear, and that there's such a hop whenever you get onto that concrete slab due to the leveling that you get a little bit of air, and I think that we might see that take out a couple of drivers like we have in the past.
Yeah, I think that's one thing about this event that was a great point you made was not only are we changing the track layouts every day, we're also we're not practicing at night and leading up to this. This is the only time you get a chance to be on track at night, and the only guys who are really going to have experience outside the last couple of years is last night at KA.
I'm going to correct you here because we practiced that night Thursday, and then Friday was here and there as well. Oh, Friday was yesterday. These days are all blending together. But Thursday was the only really night practice that we had, and that was on the full layout given. But it's just being on top of it, right? Being on top of the changes that we have is the biggest thing to me. And again, you could have practiced at night, so you might have a little bit of an idea. But with the changes, with the turns, with everything coming so fast to you, that's going to be, I think, the hardest part when we look at the shootouts. And as well, the juniors. I mean, I'm excited for that. We saw KA Jr was one of the best ones yesterday, and I'm sure they'll give some great racing action here later on tonight as well.
I think we should expect about the same for X30 Jr, you think?
I mean, yeah, we have the majority of the same kids, right? Looking at the list here, Jackson Gibson was one of the ones that wasn't in it. Max Weiland was. Palacio was in it. Golseth was in it. I can't remember correctly if Edward Kennedy was in it, but we're going to see him in it tonight. Antonino, Wound. So it's more or less of the same that we're going to see here kind of take place. So, I mean, I'm excited for it. To sum it up, it's going to be great. The one I'm excited to see, I think, more than anything is Mini Swift here. I can't lie to you. When you look at the year, when you look at 2025 as well that we've had with Mini Swift, they've given us some of the best racing action all year long. At times it's been over the line, and then, as the year's gone on, it's been back and it's been toned down and it's been clean racing nonetheless. So I'm excited to see how they get going today. And looking at the names, right, you have drivers that have been over in Europe racing. You have regional race winners, regional champions, national champions in this group as well, hometown kids. You have a little bit of everything. So I'm really excited to see, how these guys get going. And when you look at the favorites, right, in that one as well, I can't stop but to think of the local kids, Holden Myers, Cade Wolf, a couple of the Timmy Tech Comp Karts, and Cade Wolf with Roto Rooters. So it's exciting. If I'm being honest, my pick tonight for the best race of the night, outside of Pro X30, because we know that's probably going to be one of the good ones that we see, I think Mini Swift's going to be good. Yeah,
but, we'll have enough time to go over the junior shootouts. I want to go back and talk a little bit more about the entry list tonight on the X30 Shootout. We haven't exactly had time to really go over it or show it because the heat points haven't gotten in yet. As my sheet, there we go. Alessandro DiTullio made it in. Gus Lawrence, Austin Garrison, Caden McQueen, Frankie Mossman, Stephen Miller, James Overbeck, Oliver Hodgson, the rookie Chase Gassie Lee making it in, and Hayden Jones, as well as Naomi Garcia getting in on the fan vote. We haven't officially gotten the promoter picks. You mentioned that Paulie's going to make it, Dalton's going to make it. We're not 100%. We haven't gotten the official word out to us yet. But yeah, I think one guy we didn't mention when it comes to domination and kind of just who we're looking at is someone we haven't talked about at all. Hayden Jones squeaks in. We were kind of, the first year we did this, we were kind of mixed up on who we were giving the nickname Silent Assassin to, whether it was Paulie or Hayden. It's kind of a mix-up there. But talk about Hayden Jones, Silent, another hometown kid. I think, look, just skated in, but by the end of the night with this pill draw, I think he'll be a factor.
Yeah, I mean, it can really be anybody's game, right? Hayden's been good throughout the shootouts, and for him, it's just a matter of how well him and Gus work together. And I'm not going to talk too much about teammates because when we talked to Austin Garrison a little bit yesterday, it was different. I think, Haley, you have the official list for what we're seeing tonight?
Yeah, I've got it right here in front of me. I'm going to run you guys through the top 10 based on points. Or Kyle, did you already say that?
I got the top 10. We just need the promoters picks.
Then I will get you your promoter picks right now. First off, we have Paulie Massimino. We've got Blake Nash, Finnegan Bailiff, Caleb Gaffera, Jacob Kolar, Ryan Raffa, ZCD, Davin Roberts, Dalton Haynes, and Naomi Garcia, our Kart Chaser fan pick.
Ooh.
That's a lot of drivers.
That's the spicy list.
That's a lot of
Those are some
drivers.
names.
We get to see ZCD in a shootout not once but twice this weekend. And
screens are
that'll be
blessed.
his first 2
And again,
shootout.
to be sure, Caden McQueen made it in as well, correct?
Yeah, he made it in. He starts fourth
based off
tomorrow.
points.
He starts fourth tomorrow.
Yes.
He had a good run so far, a silent run, but a good run. He's starting fourth. I was a little surprised by that myself.
I mean, I don't know if I have much thoughts, right? I'm kind of trying to collect them more than anything right now. Just kind of thinking about the list that we got.
Look, I got
gracious.
one. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Dalton Haynes making it in. Look, he got DQ'd in the first 2 heats for the engine seal. Now, so look, he starts way far back tomorrow. So at this point, to salvage this weekend, nothing like a non-points, no pressure, just $5,000 on the line to make up for kind of saving your weekend here. We're gonna see a Dalton Haynes with absolutely no pressure. You know, if you tear up the go-kart, you start 30th tomorrow. Who cares, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, right. For Dalton, kind of nothing to lose, and again, Haley, you mentioned it, right? Just an engine seal. For those of you at home who don't know, you have to go to the tech area to change an engine to even work, not even work on it, but to change an engine. Really, you can't cut that seal unless you take it to tech, and you have to do it in front of them. So just a clumsy mistake out of the Haynes Motorsports team to kind of do that. And again, he's starting at the back. Luckily for him, he's in the shootout. And again, speaking of Eric Jones last night with Xander, it was what goes into the promoters picks is past champions, national champions, race winners, and proven Pro X30 drivers. And I think we have all of that in that list. So if you want to talk about picks, we used to do this all the time on Grid Talk, Kyle, and I'm sure you've done it as well on Unverified whenever you have your shows on the IndyCar side of things. But I can't really tell you kind of what we're going to be seeing. If you want my honest pick to what we're going to see later on tonight, I think the BJR crew's been here before. They've done it before. Paulie was great last night. Great under pressure, kind of cool, very calm. And I look back to 2023 whenever he was here, and it was one of my first times on air. He was just very serious, very, very kind of closed off. And this weekend, it's a different feel to him at the IAME Grand Nationals, right? He's proved, I think, what he's had to prove in 2025. He has nothing left. Right? Just go out there and win races, right? Have a good time. Go out there and perform. And I think that's what makes him a dangerous pick tonight to go out there and have a good show, have a good run. So for me, if you want to talk about picks, Paulie Massimino is one of the ones that I have an eye on.
Yeah, Haley, you might be able to speak more on the BGR team as well, but I mean, if you have to go back and look at anything on how well prepared they are for situations exactly like this, look at the
shootout, the 200.
Well, yeah, look at the MG Tires
well,
200 last year. Their pit stop, they won that race not just on the speed on track, but
It
their
was pit stops. It was pit
were
stops.
phenomenal. They were the most prepared for the pit stops, got them in and out of there so fast. They are just so prepared for moments, just like tonight.
I'll add a little bit to that as well. Before we even went on air with the shootouts, I went over and they had their stall ready. There was 2 mechanics on every single cart. All the mechanics were out of the tent, and as other teams were kind of scrambling around, getting ready, kind of nervous, they were just calm, collected, just no pressure. And I asked Brandon, like, hey, like, you guys get everybody out here? He's like, no, we just need 2 guys for every go-kart. That's all we need. And I was like, you nervous at all? He's like, no, we've done this before. We've been here before. And yeah, like, just no pressure out of them. So I think seeing that makes them a scary pick, makes them a scary team. And then, again, hometown favorites, right, and their home track. That's what makes them a scary pick to me. I'll maybe add another one here. Gus Lawrence, all the RPG mechanics, some of the best mechanics, the best team in the nation coming out and working on their stuff. Austin Garrison as well, going to be scary. But if I have one driver to pick, it's going to be Paulie.
For sure.
Another driver that I'd really like to touch on that drives here quite often is Davin Roberts. He's our youngest in the field this weekend, and he has shown himself to put on a show for us this season. Give us a little bit of a breakdown on what we've seen from him and what you guys think that we can expect from him later tonight.
Well, the shootout layout, I think, is something different that maybe Davin hasn't seen, and I think he probably might have seen it in the Ryan Perry camps that they have had. But it's just an all-out brawl, and it's a fight for racecraft, right? The driver with the best racecraft is going to go out there and win. So I think maybe Heat 1 is going to be a learning curve for Davin because it's an absolute dogfight when you get a shootouts, right? It's elbows out racing, bumping, side pods. It's a whole lot of everything. So I think that's going to be the biggest adjustment for Davin, right? Like we heard yesterday, right? Just keeping his elbows out with the older guys, not getting pushed around, not getting bullied out there is the biggest thing for him. He has the speed for sure, and again, being local, I think helps him out a lot. But just keeping his elbows out in racecraft, that's going to be the biggest thing. There's guys that have been here before, done this before, know what to expect. They did it last night, so I really think for Davin, being a young driver, that's the biggest thing for him to kind of work on.
Another driver that I'd like to speak on a little bit that's also a rookie is Chase Gassie at Lee. He's put on a show for us many a time this season.
Yeah, it's very impressive. I mean, he kind of snuck into the top 10. You know, he made it in, no promoter's pick. He's going to have a good starting spot tomorrow, so he's going to want to kind of probably save equipment a little bit. I mean, that's going to be on your mind as well. Is if you're in the top 5, you have a chance to go after another $5,000. Now, it's a little interesting because, you know, you could double up like Joe did and get 10. But yeah, Chase, what a great season he's had on the OKN side. In X30, it's been a little bit more of a struggle, and I think he's getting there. I think he's really been on the move, and I think this is a perfect event, you know, for a kid like Chase to prove what he's got.
I will say this for him as well, as we're going to stay up here and stay live as the mini Swift drivers roll out for their warm-up session. We'll go back into the booth when they do go racing, but you know, speaking on Chase, he just hasn't had as much time as everybody else on the X30 Pro package, right? He hasn't run the United States Pro Kart Series in 2025, so it's just less time for him to kind of get adjusted to that, get adjusted to the drivers, the people that he's racing. That's the only big difference that I think we are seeing with Chase, but again, it's a matter of racecraft, getting your elbows out, earning respect of the senior drivers. You know, going out there and performing is the biggest thing for him to kind of go on and do. As again, we have eyes here on the racetrack, and Zane Burgess, again, talk about him a little bit this weekend. We've kept an eye on him. He's been really good so far this weekend. Himself, teammate Maxwell Macha, who's in the shootout as well. Those are two of the drivers to kind of look out for. And again, we haven't seen Zane stateside in quite some time, but he's been racing over in Europe. And you know, I think what you see over in Europe, it's more dogfight racing style, elbows out, you know, borderline racing, and I think that's what we're going to see a lot of tonight, and I think that's why Zane Burgess is probably going to be good, flourish here. Talk about Holden Myers, he was really good last year, IAME Grand National Champion, local, so it's a lot of drivers to kind of keep an eye on, right, in the shootout, so it's anybody's game when it comes down to it, really.
Okay, another driver that I really like to touch on that has earned quite a bit of respect since he showed up stateside this season is Gus Lawrence. He was absolutely incredible out at SCUSA this year at MCC, and I think that we've seen another performance like that from him, but he's hung back just a little bit as we have someone walk in front of the camera. I'll let you guys talk on Gus a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he showed up on the weekend. I wasn't there, of course, right, at SCUSA Pro Tour. I mean, what else can you say? Just wins on his first weekend out. He's been kind of the man these past couple of weeks at tracks that he's never been to. I think that's the most impressive part. And I think, you know, this is my prediction. I think that this Trackhouse Motorplex is probably a little bit more of a European-style circuit. It's literally based off of a European track versus, say, like a Newcastle, you know. I think that's why we've seen Gus have such a solid weekend so far. Yeah, for sure. And the biggest thing for him and for Gus as well, that we're going to have to keep an eye on later on today is just, you know, adjusting, right? They've been struggling a little bit with, I think, chassis side. It looks like the power has been okay for them. He's on the same power plan as Alessandro DeTullio, both of them with AVP. And, you know, just for him, it's going to be different, right? Just adjusting the chassis, fine-tuning. That's the biggest thing, right? When you talk about chassis, when you talk about adjustments, that's going to be the key. That's going to be the most critical part of it all when you get down to it. So I think for Gus, racecraft side, not a question for me. You look at Kart Masters, you look at races for the O-Plate. Those races are you know, chaotic, start to finish. And Gus's race against the other drivers, he has pace. So nonetheless, we're going to see some great stuff out of him. I think one of the things for Gus to watch for tonight is obviously he's only running X30 today, so no double duty. He didn't get to run the KA shootout. Now, something I think that might help a guy like Caden McQueen, who's kind of in the same situation, is Gus ready for this type of racing? This is completely different from everything else of having a pill draw, inverting the field, and how much rougher it's going to be out there. You mentioned, you know, in Europe, you know, you might be adjusted to that, but having 10 minutes between sessions to kind of make your adjustments and go at it again, is he going to be ready for that?
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, right? Himself, teammate Hayden Jones, going to have to work at it. You know, I'm sure Mike Rollison's going to be hard at work with those guys. Looking at data, Alex Vincent, I'm sure he's going to be down here as well. Joni, that entire team's going to be hard at work, kind of getting all that thing fine-tuned, dialed in for them to get going. So, yeah, I really think Gus Lawrence is another sleeper pick for us, right, for tonight. But, yeah, there's a lot of names that we can throw in the hat that are going to be good tonight. Yeah,
Gus Lawrence's first time. Also, technically, Caden McQueen's first in X30. James Overbeck, first appearance in a shootout. Chase Gadsden
X30 Shootout, that is.
X30 Shootout, correction. Believe.
Oh, it's all about ball knowledge when it comes down to this, right?
Yeah. Believe this is Ryan Raffa's first time. Davin Roberts and Naoma Garcia, obviously ZCD, first X30 Shootout appearance. Competed in K last night. You know, so a lot of first timers tonight. Only one defending winner with Paulie. I mean, I'm so excited. You can see the people behind us. You know, it's all just started to fill up. Everything's starting to get crowded. Everyone's starting to get ready. You know, the pit boxes are all kind of been set out, laid out. They're going to have the lights out. It's just what an exciting time.
It's going to be different, and I mentioned it yesterday as well to our very own Riley Cann. Whenever we were at the race, I was standing up here on the flag stand, and I took a look down there. I took a look all the way to the right, and there was nowhere to stand on the fence line. Everybody from micros, everybody's just sitting here watching, having a good time. There's a lot of family members that come out here just to watch the racing, and I think that's the coolest part about Trackhouse Motorplex, right? All the fences are lined. There's nowhere else to watch this race from. And that adds a lot to the feel of it, right? I kind of told the boys in production last night, it's one thing when you're a part of the event in there, but when you're out here living the event with everybody else, with the parents, with the mechanics, with the fans, it's just an entire different feeling. It almost gives me chills talking about it right now, but there's nothing like the IAME Grand Nationals. And again, we're going to see more of that here later on today. Quick look at qualifying. Liam Nachawati qualifies on the pole for the shootouts. Machetta Francisco to Burgess, Holden Myers, Perriman Johnson, Bruck, Scales, and Cade Wolf, your top 10 at the end of it all. Quick commercial break from our side, and we'll be right back with the X30 Jr Shootout warm-up.
Hey guys, it's Lucas Nogueira here, and today we're going to talk about some cool features that Race Shootout 3 has that people normally don't know about it. And the first thing is how to check the weather between two sessions on Race Shootout 3, okay? So here, I got a comparison with Orlando on the Rotax, and if you look on the bottom left, I have the weather showing my ambient temperature, pressure, humidity, and even the wind direction and wind speed. And then I have this from 1 week of the Rotax Winter Trophy, and then the second week was a bit hotter. So we kind of know how the carburation will change when the weather changes. And to be able to get this, all you gotta do is when you are on Race Shootout 3, you come up here and you log in into your account. You gotta create an account on the AIM website and just log in. If you log in and have internet on, it will pull the weather from the previous year of sessions that you have. All right, so we got a second nice feature that a lot of people don't know about, which is the track map coming from Google on the background. So if you just connect your computer to the internet, you can come up here and click on this Google Earth icon, and it will pull the background from the Google Earth into your GPS data. So normally it's very well aligned, and you can see if the driver is hitting the apex, changing his line. But if it's not aligned, you can change which server you are using. So right here we are in Quaker City. It's a brand new track. If I change from Google to Bing, you'll see that I don't even have a track there because it's a brand new track and Bing hasn't updated. So if yours is not aligned, all you gotta do is change to a different server here. I've been using Google so far and it works pretty well.
You know, I'm really starting to Welcome back from our short commercial break. Thank you to our sponsors for putting on our stream today. As we see X30 Jr out on the track here, I can't see the live timing. I'm a little bit too far from the screen, but Caleb, I'm going to let you break it down for him.
Yeah, I got it over here. It's still pretty early, right, in these warm-up kind of shootout qualifying, whatever you want to call it, layout. But Antonino at the moment is currently, was fast, as I should say. Woon just went quicker. Antonino to Palacio to Katowski to Golset, Thermalaswamy, Gibson, Kennedy, and Weiland. It looks like 9 out there, and again, I'll get confirmation on that. Actually, I have the list right in front of me. Why am I trying to guess here, guys? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, so 10 drivers. Quite similar to last night with the junior classes. 10 drivers in this mix, and again, if I'm being quite honest, when you look at the line, when you look at the times, when you look at the gaps, it's not really too relative because it all changes when you get to later on in the day with the times, with the way it changes. So, yeah, just keep an eye on that as well. It's anybody's game, right? All 10 are going to be in it. We kind of saw a little bit of what we saw yesterday. It's going to be white lining from start to finish.
Yeah, and as we watch these drivers on track, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that we're already starting to see the grid area absolutely just get slam-packed. The fences are starting to get lined, like you said, Caleb, and I think that tonight we're going to see them get lined even quicker than we saw them last night for the X30 Shootout.
Yeah. It's going to be really quick, Colin. And again, myself and yourself were down here, and again, for the minis, especially the minis right now, it's just whatever quick changes you can make to the cart, whatever you can adjust on the fly. It's more than anything, it's going to be gearing, if I'm not mistaken. So gearing is going to be the biggest thing here to adjust.
Yeah, I mean, the fence is going to be packed tonight. The whole place is going to be slam packed. If you're not here, you should be. You should come here next year. Here in qualifying, I mean, the thing we're going to see in Pro X30, and we're probably going to see the same thing we saw last night, where we're going to have a lot of guys probably hang out on the grid for a while and wait to go out. We didn't see a lot of that in these sessions because they're a bit shorter, but I did see quite a few guys. I saw Nate Golseth kind of getting out of the way, you know, taking it slow for a couple laps because you have to save a bit of tire, and you know, you don't need the whole qualifying session for a shorter race with one set of tires, right? So kind of talk a bit about that and the gamesmanship here, and you know, what you're kind of expecting to see that we're already seeing here in X30 Jr.
It's just different, right? I think last night kind of set the tone for what we're going to see, and I think maybe even years past as well are going to do that for us tonight. But it's just anybody's game. You kind of go out there and the same thing that Austin said, right? You kind of go, figure out what you need to change, and it's real quick. It's on the fly, and give your guys, you know, the most time possible for them to make adjustments on the fly, to change things, to make, you know, for yourself to feel comfortable more than anything is the biggest thing, right? That's the biggest thing. If you're not comfortable in a kart, you're not going to go fast. Simple as that.
I think tonight in specific, we're going to see a lot of drivers just simply comfortability,
Comfortability, yeah.
It's just not going to be a thing for these drivers. I mean, as I watch these guys come through just right in front of me, they look like rocket ships. There's sparks flying everywhere. They're just absolutely sending the curbs. Talk about how these drivers' ribs might feel at the end of the night.
Yeah, I already noticed something here when we were, you know, while Caleb was talking, the chicane that we have here on the front straight, the barrier on the inside got moved, and these drivers were going, you know, they were pretty much going directly over top of it, and I saw Antonino 2 wheels up in the air doing a wheelie, and you saw race director Blake Hunt go across our cameras because he was going down there to tell Porter, hey, we got to move those barriers. So that's going to be a thing to watch tonight. Those barriers get moved, and they kind of go directly over. You catch air.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure in that last corner that we have there, I'm not too sure if there was barriers there in years past, but we are seeing the barriers there this year. So you would have just kind of the incidents where drivers would just go right over that, right? They wouldn't even, you know, care about the barriers. They'd just fly completely over that last corner. You know, I think about Ryan last year. That was one of the big things. But that being said, you know, it's about that time to go into racing. And for Haley, for Kyle, we're not going to see each other until after it's all said and done. We're going to see each other here and there, but we're not going to talk like we have here until after everything is kind of said and done. That being said, you know, we talk about it all already. Mini-Swift's kind of getting gridded up here. Final thoughts from Haley, you first.
My final thoughts are really just that I'm so excited to see these shootouts. It's been crazy in years past, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to see the exact same thing happen this year. Kyle, what about you?
Man, I'm excited. The 5th year seeing this, I mean, every year it's been something different, something new. Some years it hasn't been that exciting. Other years it's been the most exciting. But there's still an element to it that's great. You know, we'll see, some years we saw chassis tables on the grid, cutting axles right then and there. It just, the access that we get to seeing these teams working on the karts, the relationship between the driver and the mechanic, it's fantastic. I hope everybody at home enjoys it. This is a once a year thing, and man, I'm going to be sad once it's over. This is the moment. This is it. I am so excited. And you picked Paulie earlier. You said Paulie is kind of the guy to watch. Give me Frankie Mossman. I think Frankie Mossman, he was really fast last year, had it all going his way, kind of had an accident in the end. I think he's got it. I think it's going to be Frankie Mossman. He's finally going to get it done.
Yeah, well, that being said, we're wrapping up here. Mini-Swift getting ready to go out. There's nothing out there like the IAME Grand Nationals. $1,000 on the line for Mini-Swift, for X30 Jr, $4,000 on the line for Pro X30. That's all coming up your way. Coming your way next year live on Kart Chaser.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This Kart's onto the racetrack now for the Mini Swift Fast 10 Shootout. Let's get ready to bring you through the lineup. You watched them qualify moments ago. Here's how they will stack up. Maxwell Macha on the pole alongside Liam Nachawati. It'll be Jaden Francisco and Holden Myers on row 2. Zane Burgess and Lawrence Perriman on row number 3. Cameron Johnson and Bryson Scales on row 4. Colton Bruck and Kate Wolf will complete the field. Back to row number 5. Kayla Vieska, Kyla Cuthbertson, and Haley Donaldson doing a great job with the lineup show here presented by Perico. And of course, Caleb is back here with me and ready to call the action for a 10-lap sprint with $1,000 on the line for the Mini Swift drivers here. A great look into the eyes of all the young 8 to 12-year-olds, all except for Holden Myers, who's confident enough with the chrome visor to not have to do the swap. We're right at sunset hour. Ready for action, Caleb, as we get set to go.
I'll tell you what, Xander, tension is high, nerves are high, everything happens tonight. $1,000 on the line for the Mini Swift drivers. It's Nachawati on the inside, Macha on the outside. We wait for the green flag, we got it. We're racing in Mini Swift.
They'll get to full song as they rip down the back straightaway. Off the bat, Liam Nachawati covers low, and they were nearly 3 wide behind as they're 2x2 exiting turn number 4 and then into turn number 5. The chicane layout now. First time for these young drivers to race on it. 2x2 down to 6. And then the run, we'll call it the dog leg at 7 to keep the same nomenclature for turn 8 backwards from where they ran it today. And up and over the curbing. Look at the gap already for the top 2 as they continue to duke it out for third onwards. It's Macha, Nachawati, and then Burgess at the front of the main group here at the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, it's just a huge spread up front, and again, the fighting from third on back really allowed Macha, Nachawati to get away. Maxwell Macha, what a move around the outside in turn number 4 to take the lead. More moves just in the middle of it. Bruck able to get ahead of what looked to be Jaden Francisco to go one spot better. Sorry, that was Lawrence Perriman. So again, more movers there. That was as well Zane Burgess. A lot of drivers, a lot of Paralins in this group to be exact. 3 of them have joined the shootout here tonight, Xander.
Indeed, you actually were right on the first run there, fighting for 5th. Colton Bruck right there, 5th in line on the 105, right behind the basketball helmet of Lawrence Perriman. And that is one fast orange, blue, white, yellow, and black BJR kart right now all over Zane Burgess, and hoping for some movement up here. Maxwell Macha and Liam Nachawati have now a 2-second gap in the opening couple laps of this race. We've seen a big gap at this layout before evaporate, and already the changes happen now here through 6 and 7 as back goes Perriman. 1, 2, nearly 3 spots as there's contact side by side. Jaden Francisco escapes it, and they continue to scatter amongst themselves with 3 laps now complete. Only 7 to go as Holden Myers makes a move.
Yeah, Francisco muscled his way by there to get through. Now Liam Nachawati, Maxwell Macha, Nachawati to the bottom of the racetrack in a 4. Macha goes wide, tries to avoid all the dirty side of the racetrack. Nachawati catches Macha by surprise. Your new leader, the J. Howard Driver Development Kart. Further back, Cameron Johnson goes through on Cade Wolf.
They'll still be less than halfway through with the shootout, but already the top 2 spots seem a little bit secured. The difference is, compared to the X30 Pro Shootout with a massive payday later on this evening, the winner is the only one that gets the spoils here for Mini Swift and X30 Jr. And it may come down to a head-to-head fight as Liam Nachawati has taken over command and has already tried to begin to break away from Maxwell Macha with no help in sight. 2.5 seconds away as the 2 of them have now swapped positions, and the pressure is on Tampa, Florida's own Maxwell Macha to close the gap and make a fight for the $1,000 payday here tonight, because we're at the halfway mark now. Cross flags across the line. 5 in, 5 to go. That was a great exit out of turn 8 for Maxwell. He'll pull back close again as they rip through the curbing at turn 2 and head up the hill.
Yeah, myself and Kyle Cuthbertson talk about what it takes to go faster on this place, and it's just taking aggressive lines. You see that last corner, you just got to completely jump over that curb, and there's not a lot of room for error through that corner. The barriers are right there, so if you go too deep, try to cut that corner just a little bit too much, you will find yourself with some front-end damage, and Macha just played that perfectly, gets himself right within striking distance on Liam Nachawati. He's going to force his hand to the bottom, going to defend from the Paralin machine, who's now looking for an over-under. We work our way through that corner, and look at it there. You see that gap through there, just jumping over the curb. That's what it takes to go fast, and with a good run up the hill here into turn number 3.
They'll crest the hill now, continuing to fight, and that's the only way we're going to see more drivers in it. Jaden Francisco just knocked 3/10 off the gap last time, and they are going to beat tires as they run down to turn number 4. This is going to turn into a barn fight here in a moment as we've got Liam covering low out at turn 5, the cut through. Maxwell with a crossover. He's got the positioning. He'll take that lead back, and they run into turn number 8, and he goes on defense. Here comes the rest of the pack back into picture as we come now to 7 laps complete. 3 to go, and Nachawati's got to run. He'll go back to the lead in turn number 1.
Here comes Jaden Francisco. Zane Burgess working his way up to 4th now, to the bottom of the racetrack for Nachawati. Francisco still sits 3rd, wants to go to the high side by side for 4th as we go around the outside for Maxwell Macha, looking to go for the lead. Can't get through for now. Everybody else looking to get up to the top 3.
Maxwell's Paralin looked really out of shape in the first few laps, but now he's starting to get a bit more comfortable with the layout and the go-kart, and he's trying to find anywhere to go, but he got into the dirt there as Liam blocked it off low, and he runs Francisco wide into the grass, and around Jaden goes. A spin for Jaden Francisco at the exit of turn 8, and that will do it for his shot tonight. Still, Nachawati leads, 2 to go. Here comes Mr. Excitement, the closer himself in Mini Swift, Holden Myers. He put on a show again today to navigate the pack and the chaos to get a race win. He did it last year to win the overall main. Can he do it here? An over-under almost gets him as they continue to cover the low side through turns 6 and 7.
Lawrence Perriman isn't too far back either. They're going to rip the high side. Holden Myers around the outside on Maxwell Macha. He's through for 2nd. Lawrence Perriman goes through for 3rd.
White flag in the air, and now can Holden Myers steal this one? Liam Nachawati has parked it beautifully all race long. He's going to have pressure again. Final time, down the back straightaway for $1,000. Perriman's going to give a big shove to Holden into the corner, and now nowhere to go with it as they tuck back low. Nachawati's only got a couple corners to go to continue to defend low. How bad do you want it, boys? What can you do as they're all lined up? Lawrence to the high side, over under. Final time, turn 8, down low, up high, around the outside. Holden is there, and around go the leaders. And through the chicane, Lawrence Perriman wins the Mini Swift Shootout.
How about the hometown kid for BJR? Lawrence Perriman slam dunks the shootout. He wins it, crashes in the end, but Lawrence Perriman, what a drive out of LP. He's a shootout winner, $1,000 for BJR.
He's going to have to get out and push the cart back, but first, some celebration to an unbelievable finish in the first shootout of the night. Lawrence Perriman, $1,000 and the Mini Swift Fast 10 Shootout win.
That is crazy. How about the 128? I mean, you talk about the weekend he's had. And again, to come back to make it into the shootout, to win it at that on his home racetrack with his team watching from the fence line. This kid is pumped up. Absolutely pumped up. Lawrence Perriman, take a bow.
Well, we have to relive that, Caleb. My goodness, Lawrence Perriman on the cool down lap is going to have some clean racetrack to get the cart sideways and race into the scale line. Really quickly here, we'll show you the results. Unofficially, Lawrence Perriman over Maxwell Macha, Zane Burgess third, Cade Wolf, Cameron Johnson, Bryson Scales, and in the final couple turns, Liam Nachawati collides with Holden Myers, who had an amazing outside run and was going to nose ahead heading into the chicane that starts to the left. But let's take a look at this. Watch this here. Holden with a great move to the outside. Lawrence just waiting, watching as Liam was focused on Myers, and they make contact. It slows down the 105 of Colton Brook, and Lawrence is able to, as you mentioned it, Caleb, slam dunk his way to the win, and then as he was celebrating, ends up spun around. But look at this. What a flurry of adrenaline and emotion for that young man.
Let's listen in, Xander.
Lawrence, let me be the first one to hug you. If you guys don't know this, this is like my little brother right here. I'm so proud of you, man. Tell me about that last lap.
I mean, to be honest, I had no idea it was the last lap. I just tried, all I know is I gotta get into lead, so I tried my hardest. I was very lucky that a couple kids crashed in front of me, so, yeah.
Tell me, what does this mean to you? What does this mean to the team?
This means a lot to me because this is my first ever national win. I mean, I consider it one. And I just wanted to, and I think the team would love this result for me. I want to thank BJR, the whole team, my dad, my mom, and my sister, and just everybody that I know.
How excited are you for this $1,000 right now?
I'm very excited. I owe Paulie $500.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Thank you.
oh man.
I'm curious to know what the 500 is worth.
What kind of bet is that? Paulie Massimino better let Lawrence hold on to that one. And again, for Haley, this one strikes close to home. Before she joined us, she's been with the BJR crew for the beginning of the year, and Lawrence Perriman's got to make sure no one slips any weight there into the suit. He's got to make sure he clears. And then finally, the emotions will probably set back in again as he rolls through the scale line. But that's what this event is all about. Big moments, chaos. Lawrence Perriman is your Mini Swift Shootout winner. His first career win on the national tour. And about as crazy as you can script it. And I thought last night set a high bar, Caleb.
I mean, we're in this field. We're in this line of work for moments like this, right? We live for moments like this, to see kids like this go out there to win, for stories like that, right? A hometown kid at his home race. I mean, you just couldn't script it better, right? The stories just get better and better every night, and this is why the IAME Grand National Championships is one of my favorite events, right? Because you see kids like that flourish at their home tracks, and I'm excited to see the other side of that when Paulie gets there. And again, those two have been working very hard with the Paulie racing camps, working on racecraft purely for situations like that, to prepare for moments like that. And you saw Lawrence flourish. You saw him kind of come together at the end of it. I'm excited to see the other side of the celebrations there when he gets to Brandon, when he gets to Paulie, and when he gets to his parents as well on the other side.
And it's hard to put into words the amount of pressure that these shootouts really put the teams and drivers underneath. It's unreal. Let's figure out why in the world Lawrence owes Paulie Massimino $500. Haley?
I just talked to Lawrence. He's so happy about the win. I asked him about the money. He said 500 of it's going to you. Why is that?
I was messing around with them. I was showing them my video from a few years ago when we ran this layout, and I said, all right, so shake my hand if you're going to go win this. So they both went in. As soon as they grabbed my hand, I said, all right, whoever wins owes me $500. So yeah, me and Lawrence, we splitting that pay, I guess. He's my little kid, so it's really cool. We spent a lot of time over the summer pounding laps here, trying to make him better and better, and stuff like this pays off. So it feels really good as a coach to do that, and yeah, I'm gonna go celebrate with him.
Thank you, Paulie.
Thank you. Hey.
Of course I got a dab on it.
I got something for you.
You only get a Oh my God! Thank you. I keep that.
Lawrence, that's how I got it.
Good
job, buddy.
Lawrence!
Let's get this for you.
Not a whole lot of time yet to cool off from that one, because we're right back at it. Put another 10 laps on the board. X30 Jr is ready to bring the action, and 9 of them have made it out for the fast shootout here tonight. Let's take you through how they'll stack up. It'll be Ashton Woon for Speed Concepts Racing aboard a Carlos Sainz chassis that'll start on the pole. Alongside him will be Mad Max Weiland. Then it's Lucas Palacio and Edward Kennedy on row 2. John Antonino, Buddy, rolls from the inside of row 3 alongside Nico Katowski, Chuther Malaswamy, and Jackson Gibson to the outside of row 4. And starting tail end Charlie, but knowing how to get it done under the lights here. Last night's Jr Shootout winner Nate Golseth will roll from a lone row number 5 in 9th.
Keep an eye on the 726 to keep us on the edge of our seats. Matter of fact, keep an eye for these 9 drivers to keep us on the edge of our seats, right? This is shootout racing. All to play for here. $1,000 on the line in X30 Jr. Ashton Woon, hometown kid, gonna lead them to the green flag.
The family's been here long enough that it probably feels like a heck of a homestand. The Arizona native chasing the dream. He and his entire family all supporting Ashton's efforts, and now he's got it on display under the lights. We're ready for action. X30 Jr, 10 laps on the board. Here we go. Let's go racing again. All good as they run down into turn number 4 here. You see John Antonino was trying to let Lucas Palacio in line and ultimately had to go through as Lucas was actually ready to let him go by. Both of them wanting to keep a mind of the fact that, again, Ashton was quickest in the qualifying session, so they don't want to let the leader get away just yet. As Edward Kennedy sends it on Weiland, he'll bring one more with him. That's Nico Katowski in the red and white Trinity Karting Group entry. And we put 1 lap on the board, and the lead opens to 0.4 of a second. Now, Woon, only by a couple thousandths, scored the pole. This is a very tightly packed group, and Lucas Palacio now is going to take command to second as he tries to lead him forward. Antonino back down to 3rd.
And again, very calm to start this race off. Again, it's not going to end that way as it goes on. Antonino pops over the curbing there in that turn, getting closer and closer to Lucas Palacio as they switch that 2nd spot. And again, they're going to have to not waste too much time, not let Ashton Moon run away with this one. And Antonino happy to work with fellow teammate under MPG, Lucas Palacio, as they continue to try and close down their gap to Ashton Moon. Kennedy showed his hand early, wants to pass, wants to make moves. We'll see what he does here behind John Antonino.
Yeah, you saw how out of shape the mini Swifts were on their first couple laps in the race. This cut through has not been used today at all this weekend. It's a different one than what they were running on the alternate course, and we're laying down rubber in the opposite direction. With only 5 minutes for the qualies, it's pretty dirty. It's out of shape, as we see there. Nico Katowski, a full lockup, a quick save, and a pass to get up to fourth. And on the charge he goes, as now Kennedy will have to deal with Max Weiland up the hill to 3. Mark that one as another change, and it goes the way of Mad Max there in the Magic Kart. But Ashton Woon opened the gap up just a hair last time around, only a couple hundredths. Lucas Palacio is going to need to put that pace he had on display, and on his own volition right now, it seems like, as he's pulled from Antonino, close the gap back down. Fight for P4. Weiland down the inside of Katowski. He's back around him.
And that's everybody else's biggest hope as well, right? That Palacio can get up there to Ashton Moon in this one and not let him run away, to take the fight to him and start to stack everybody up, right? It's the same thing we saw in Mini Swift, where it was a 2-driver breakaway, and then in the end, when they started to fight, everybody else got into the mix there. So that's what we need to see again here out of Palacio, to try and get there, and again, to try and mix things up for Antonino, for Weiland, for Katowski, for Thermalaswamy, Golseth Gibson, to try and get themselves within a shot to win $1,000. At the moment, you were talking about the gaps, you were talking about the lap times. Palacio needs to find a 10th here as Kennedy passes on Katowski.
You just got to send it over those curbs in the final section. Ashton Woon did. He opened up nearly 3 extra tenths on the gap that time by. This one might be the first shootout of the support divisions that is a runaway. The pole sitter is the fastest on the racetrack by quite a margin as of last time by, as Ashton Woon tries to race his way to the $1,000 payday here in X30 Jr. We're at the halfway mark. It'll only be 4 laps left for Palacio to track him down. And as things run, nothing looks quicker than that black, white, and red Speed Concepts racing machine. 4 to go, and a change for third. Weiland is passed on Antonino, so 4 laps remain for Ashton Woon, and the gap now is 1.3 seconds.
And I tell you what, Alex Speed, Mike Speed, and company have that thing on rails here. Ashton Woon continuing to pick up time, going where, again, just going deeper into the corners, going over the curbs a little bit more aggressively, just driving this racetrack to perfection at the moment for Ashton Woon. And again, keeping Lucas Palacio at bay. That gap was under a second, now grows to about 1.5 seconds for Lucas Palacio. We'll keep an eye on it this time as well when he crosses. Even more than 1.5 seconds here. Ashton Woon on rails in the X30 Jr Shootout.
The next best driver was Max Weiland. He's now pulled well away from John Antonino here with 3 to go. And that'll be a fight looming for fourth as this race comes to a close. Weiland, a 33.9. It wasn't as fast as Woon, but again, he was really just caught up and swarmed by the pack on the opening lap. Had he not lost so much track position, had he been able to build on the speed that he's showing now, maybe he might have had a chance to fight for it, but instead the fights are further down the grid. Kennedy around Antonino as we get the double sticks, 2 to go, with the rest of the group lined up there. Behind him, Katowski, Jude Thermalaswamy, Nate Golseth, and Jackson Gibson. And a looming fight maybe for second. Check it out. Weiland really closed up that time to the back of Lucas Palacio.
Yeah, Max Weiland starting to pick it up here a little bit. Palacio lost 4 tenths to Weiland that last time around. Keep an eye on Mad Max. Try and make a move here as we work our way into turn number 8.
He definitely had a thought about it there in the brake zone. You can see the hand shimmy. White flag, 1 to go. Both drivers a quick look over the shoulder. The gap is massive back to now Kennedy leading the main train to Kart's fourth on back, and we'll keep an eye on them. But the spotlight absolutely earned by Ashton Woon. It'll be the first flag-to-flag run of the night across any session. It was a close call in qualifying. There's a look at the SCR crew, mom and dad on the fence line. Ashton Woon is going around turn number 8 and score the win in the X30 Jr Shootout.
There you go for Ashton Woon, and they are absolutely pumped up across the line in second. Max Weiland steals it from Palacio, and that'll be the end of that. Kennedy, Antonino, your top 5, but Ashton Woon, how about this kid, a rookie in the X30 Jr class? He wins $1,000.
What a run. This one a little less crazy, but the impact will be just as much here for Ashton Woon to get the breakthrough and the big time win that has been in the works for so much of the 2025 season. The former Mini Swift national champion in his rookie year scores his first career paycheck in the junior class with a $1,000 check waiting for him on the other side of the scales, and we'll send it down.
I'm going to give him just a moment to get his helmet off so we can get his real raw reactions to this win. Ashton, what an absolute drive out of it. You're $1,000 richer. How does this one feel?
This feels amazing. I had not the greatest luck today. I just went really, really fast in qualifying and practice, and I've done this layout before, and I'm so happy to get this win today.
Do you feel like being a hometown kid here, do you feel like this paid off?
Yeah, I think it might have paid off because I've done this layout last year. I actually won here in Mini last year, and now I did it 2 years in a row, so I'm very happy.
What's your plan for the money?
Just save it, and hopefully I can use it for something bigger in life.
Thank you, Ashton.
You too.
Good job, driver. Great job, man. There you go, brother. Good job, man. Great drive.
I'm saving it for you. Good job, man.
Thank you.
Good job, kid.
Celebrations can begin for a moment for the Speed Concepts Racing crew as they have scored the win in the X30 Jr Shootout, and the undercard delivered without a doubt in Mini Swift and a clinic in X30 Jr. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll be ready to set the stage for the X30 Pro MG Tire Shootout. $5,000 on the line, and we'll have a lot of special guests joining us as well. But for now, a quick break for us, and we're back with more from Trackhouse.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarscrack Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarscrack, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarscrackRacing.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Hey, what's up, Caleb? What's up, Brandon? You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Man, at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, and you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Welcome back to us down here on the grid. I've got a special guest, Mr. Lawrence Perriman, with us. If you guys saw my interview, you guys saw that I did shed a couple tears, so I'd like to elaborate a little bit on why that happened and how I know Lawrence here. Lawrence, we met a couple years ago, I believe, under the BJR tent, and we've just kind of gone closer ever since. We see each other just about every single weekend. You're out here all the time, so we really just kind of become
Attention on the
siblings.
grid, we will be going hot at 8:05
And
with
Lawrence,
the
this just,
warm-up
I know how
session
much
for
this means
X30
to you.
Senior.
We saw that win
8:05. Thank you.
over in Stars with Jared Clark. We saw what that meant to the team, but I think this one's just a little bit more special because you're like everyone's little brother under the tent. Tell us about what that reaction was like from the team.
So basically, I was fighting, like, I knew I was coming before the last turn, and I saw 2 battles, so I backed off. They crashed, and then just took the lead. And to be honest, I didn't know it was the last lap. So when I saw the double checkers, I just celebrated.
What were you thinking out there? You just crossed the line, you saw the flags, you were like, oh, what?
I was just celebrating because it's my first ever win, and I really, like, I can't explain it. There was this really exciting feeling in me that I couldn't, like, get out enough.
Caleb, I'm going to send it to you now. What do you got for our guy?
Yeah, Lawrence, I'm just curious to hear, right? You've been pretty busy all year long working out here with Paulie. I heard from him, right? You guys just had the Paulie camp not too long ago. You were in a junior kind of out here racing. How much did that help you, right? Getting ready for, and I told Xander, right? It's a situation just like that what you guys saw at the camp.
I mean, Paulie trains me a lot. He helps me get to where I am today. But then after him training me in the junior, I thought that it helped me a little bit in the mini. I had more control over the mini after I ran the junior. So Paulie helped me a lot with getting ready for this race.
And again, you hear the engine's fired up. We have some picks on who do you think's, I'm actually not even going to ask you this because I know who your pick is later on today. If Paulie wins, is he going to give you your $500 back, or how's that going to work?
Probably not. Before I went out, he actually said, shake my hand, and then he said, owe me $500.
Yeah, there you go. And the audio cutting out a little bit here because, again, engines are fired very loud, but engines are getting warmed up. We'll take a quick break here. We'll continue to follow them around. Here's Lawrence Perriman, our race winner. Last thing you want to say, I know you kind of said thank you to a couple people. Promote yourself a little bit, right? We do this at the end of all of our shows. Kyle does it as well in his show. Talk a little about yourself. Why should people follow Lawrence Perriman?
So, I mean, to be honest, I couldn't really hear you because of the engines.
I know you could. Just talk about why should people follow Lawrence Perriman? Why should they be your fan?
People should be my fan because I love the community. I love when people, I think that every time I do better and better, I get more and more love. So I feel like people should be my fans because I'm promising more results.
And now I'm curious to ask you another question. You wanted to talk to me earlier while we were just starting the show. What'd you want to tell me before you went out there on the track?
To be honest, I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
I forgot.
I think I might know a little bit about what that was about. Caleb, I don't know if we even filled you in on this, but we've got plans later. We're going to have Lawrence ask Mr. Paulie Massimino a couple questions.
Oh, there you go. We'll get down to it later on today. We'll see if Lawrence joins us. The Pro X30 is rolling out for warm-up. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Action getting underway on the racetrack here for the X30 Pro Shootout. It's a little bit of a different format than the two support divisions we just witnessed. They have been issued a new set of MG yellow tires for the shootout, but unlike the classes before this that had to qualify in the practice session to get acclimated to the layout, the X30 Pros, this is a true practice session. So you'll see scenes like this where Paulie Massimino and James Overbeck find themselves just kind of watching and debating when to get into their go-karts here to go out and join the rest of the field. There are 20 drivers on the grid and 21 in accordance with our KC broadcast as we swap out Lawrence Perriman for Mateo Pappas joining me in the booth for the first time. Mateo, we were just getting to watch a little bit of the end of both of those shootouts and seeing the way this track races and being able to kind of draw a comparison to what the drivers are going through right now of what you had to do today in KA Senior, and that is clean off the surface you guys are going to drive on because, again, they haven't used this cut through at all, both the one right here coming on the front stretch in this direction, right, going onto that right-hand curve, but mainly turn 5 coming out of the bowl. So what's that like the first time through the concrete?
Yeah, so going through the concrete, it's honestly a completely different surface change. Right when you go over it, grips up, cart starts bouncing, starts doing stuff it hasn't done throughout the session. I feel like they're going to clean up the track a lot, going to make it faster through every session. I'm honestly really excited to see how this is going to race out with how many go-karts there are and how many aggressive drivers there are, like Stephen Miller and ZCD. So that's going to be really exciting to see how they stir up the pot.
Yeah, we've got 20 in total on the list, folks. 17 currently showed on timing. We know Overbeck and Massimino as well have yet to hit the circuit. They'll probably be getting ready to go here in a moment. But with sticker tires, again, saving the laps on them and deciding which way you want to go. Obviously, you've already seen here Gus Lawrence, Caden McQueen, they were starting to pull over and kind of slow back down, and they'll probably be headed for pit lane. In fact, ZCD himself is already headed into the scales to maximize the time. You got two different strategies here, right? You don't want to, the underlying motive here is do just the minimum number of laps. You want more than what Ryan Raffa has right now. He did not make it out the access lane, but do you go at the beginning of the session when the track is a little worse, or do you wait like Davin Roberts here to the end of the session, let everybody else clean the track off, and then go get a more accurate read? Because the drivers that went out earlier, you'd say, all right, that's a disadvantage. They went out on a greener circuit, didn't get as much rubber laid down, don't know where the benchmark is, and didn't get to watch everybody else. But that said, you also do have more time on the back end to start debriefing with your team. There's going to be a timer when the session ends and all carts are through scaling and the quick checkover procedure from tech. But you can start talking with your team about what you just felt on the racetrack and plan out and debate those changes without being under the gun of having to do that and get the tools out and get to work, which obviously right now that's what's going to happen here for Ryan Raffa along with the Mike Doty Racing Squad, because they're going to have to go to work on trying to make sure they diagnose what the problem is just off the naked eye test right here, and then they can begin to work on the cart once again all the carts are in and the session is over. Now his lap time, of course, was because he went back and forth across the pit out timing loop, and there it is. Obviously that's easy to diagnose. Chain came off, but the quickest right now is Dalton Haynes. He did 4 laps, 33.819 his best, hit it, pulled in. Let's go down to Caleb here and hear what the situation was and how that chain came right off the bat 50 feet later for Ryan Raffa.
Thank you there, Xander. And again, just talk about it, right? Chain came off. What are you feeling? What are you feeling right now?
I don't know. This is kind of the way the weekend's been going. Every time I get some momentum, something's been going wrong, but I felt good out there. It's just over the curbs, you have to stay on the throttle so hard. As soon as I hit the first curb, the chain popped. So I'm feeling good, though. I think we have a good shot at it. We just have to keep this thing rolling the rest of the weekend.
And again, you guys got 10 minutes, can't work on it until then, obviously, but I'm sure your dad and Mike Doty are going to be hard at work, right?
Yeah, definitely. We just have to keep it in one piece the rest of the night. So I think we'll be good, though.
There you go. Best of luck, Ryan.
Thanks, Caleb.
There you guys have it from Ryan Raffa, getting ready to go out and as well. So they're going to work their way through. We'll get out of the way as they get going, Xander, but I'll send it back up to you. A lot of drivers starting to come in. Naomi Garcia came in wrong side, unfortunately, but that's your fan vote winner there into the pits now.
Yeah, this session still has 2 minutes left. Fan vote winner, Naomi Garcia from Trinidad with Speed Concepts Racing is into the show. And obviously she pulled in early. These drivers over here, Caden McQueen, Hayden Jones, Dalton Haynes, they've obviously went out early, pulled in, waiting in the scale line for it to begin to roll, and then they'll be able to debrief with their teams and go over everything. Naomi, just a quick change from the entry to the scales. They're going to enter through the backside here, as you can see, where the drivers are, and then work their way through to the front by the grid area. But Dalton right now, quickest, well, he was. Paulie Massimino now the fastest at a 33.7, 1/10 better. Dalton third. There you go, Haley. I'll give it to you.
You're third on track, currently in fastest. How was your initial thoughts on that layout?
Yeah, I really like this layout. Last time we drove it was, I think, 2021. I'm not positive on the date. I like the layout. The kart feels great. That's all I have to say. We feel good.
Yeah, this was our original layout. You've had success at this track before. We've seen that at this event. How do you plan to get back there?
Starting my heat, so I'm just gonna take it calm and just move forward if I can, and if I can, I'll stay in ninth. I'm just trying to be careful.
And we talked about it earlier, but you're one of those guys. You've had quite a rough day. You've got nothing to lose in this one. What's your plan?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I got DQ'd in Heat 1 and Heat 2, so I have no points going into Sunday. So I told everyone around me, I apologize for my actions in advance because I'm going for the money tonight.
Thank you, Dalton.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Haley and Dalton. Let's take a look at the results now as the session has come to a close. And the sun has gone down behind the tree line here in Mooresville, North Carolina. Paulie Massimino waited till the end and then threw down a heater. 33.755, 300ths quicker than what was the unofficial time for Rafa, and I believe that may have been Overbeck's time as well. But let's go down to Caleb here with Dalton third, Gassi Elite fourth, Caleb Gaffera fifth.
Thank you, Xander. I'm talking a little bit about the BJR crew and their setup here as they get going. You have sprockets already laid out on the table, and if you look up the table, where there's a spare axle down there as well. There's cutters. There's everything they might need in this to kind of get going. Brake cleaner. You talk about it all. Different visors are down here as well. Zip ties. Anything they might need. And again, 2 mechanics per cart. Brandon Jarskrek's actually right there, and we'll take a listen in with him as his drivers before they come in. Brandon, real quick. Again, you guys are set up. We saw it at the 200. We saw it last night. Talk about the work that goes into being ready for a shootout like this.
Yeah, I mean, we've done it for 3 or 4 years now. I think we've done it, and every year we add a couple more drivers to it, so we got to get more and more prepared. And this is one thing I take a lot of pride in, is making sure our setup's perfect, and we have everything we need. As you can see, if something goes wrong, we can fix it, and we'll be right back on track. So there's a lot of money on the line, so we got to make sure we don't skip any steps to be as prepared as possible.
And to backtrack a little bit on a brighter side, right? LP just won $1,000. How was that?
Yeah, that's really cool. He's been working so hard this summer to get better in the mini Swift class, and he's put a lot of work in, and it's really showing off now. And I'm really happy that he got his first win finally.
Well, thank you. Best of luck. Hopefully BJR can get another $4,000 tonight. And again, a cool look at their setup, right? Zip ties, everything set up here, sprockets, axles as well, setting up. Give Brandon a little high five there. 5,000. My apologies. Thank you. I got my ears in, guys. I can't hear. Xander, I'll send it back up to you.
Oh yeah, don't short these guys. They know what money was advertised, and they're ready to fight for it. One cool part that we'll get to touch on and show a little bit was, of course, the big talking point from last night. 2 broken rear bumpers sidelined the front runners, Frankie Mossman and Austin Garrison, both out of the Speed Concepts Racing Camp. No doubt they'll be ready with bumper savers to be able to make it all the way to the end. And let's go down once again here as the clock gets ready to begin for the official work stations for all 20 entrants here in the X30 Pro Shootout. Haley?
I've got Hayden Jones here. Hayden, unfortunately, that was only 18th for you. What do you think happened out there?
I just didn't push at all. We changed something on the go-kart from the super heat, so just feeling it, getting the tires warm, and then I pulled in.
Would you say that was just simply a learning experience? You don't want to push it too hard just yet?
No, I think that was just doing laps at that point because we've already driven this track, so it's just, make sure everything's correct and, send it for the first heat.
Thank you, Hayden.
Thank you.
So again here, the teams and drivers are able to kind of go over the times. There you see Gus Lawrence going over where everyone was and what they can learn in the quickest build-out for the pit stations and data stations right now. That part's all good. and the timer will officially allow them to start touching the go-karts, putting them back into their pit boxes that they've set up down here on the grid. And right now is just that last little bit of if you were one of the first ones to pull into the pit lane to go over what you want, debate, make any decisions on the setup, and go from there. And we've run this event now 5 years over. This is shootout number 10, but number 5 for the X30 Pro class. Let's take a look back at the inaugural edition of the IAME Grand National Championship. More importantly, the 2021 X30 Pro Shootout. This race featuring now officially a NASCAR Cup Series driver for 2026, Connor Zilisch. And right off the bat, he and Ryan Norberg were going wheel to wheel, and very similar to what we just saw there in the mini Swift category. Contact taking them out of the lead. On the last lap, though, after Braden Eves had pulled away and built a margin, Paulie Massimino tracked him and Jarsakrak down and had the over-under run to pull off the win. He'll have to do something wild tonight to make it to the main alone, as only 15 will transfer from the 2 heats of the 20 that are entered, and we're getting ready to watch them go to work on the karts as we send it back down to pit lane.
Harrison, you know, a lot of people don't know, but you don't have much experience when it comes down to shootouts, right? You've only done one other, last year your best friend's wedding. This year you're back. What'd you kind of feel about the layout your first time on it?
The layout was definitely a lot more easy. I went out there, I did 2 laps, and it seemed like it was pretty simple.
We'll get out of the way here. I know you guys are about to get going, so real quick here, Austin.
But yeah, the one that we did 2 years ago, we ended up going like backwards, and it was raining out and all that. That was definitely a lot more challenging than what we just did now. It looks like that the racing here is obviously going to be really tight, not that many passing zones. So we're going to be blocking just how we did in KA yesterday. It's going to be a crapshoot all the way to the very end, just like always. But yep, it'll be fun. Hopefully, it'll be fun to watch. Sometimes driving that, it gets a little bit annoying when you're just having to go ballistic every single time, but we'll see what happens.
And again, heartbreak for you last night, right, with the amount of speed that you've had. How much would it mean to you to come away after tonight with $5,000?
5 more bands would be nice.
There you go. Thank you, Austin. And good luck to Austin Garrison as well. They're going to get to work as well here as they get ready already. Looks like some changes being made. Looks like, I think, from what I'm seeing here, for the most part here, as well as Xander, it's going to be gear changes here tonight for the majority of these drivers. As Finnegan Bailiff standing by with Haley Donaldson. Haley?
We were just talking. Tell us about what's going on with the kart right now. The guys look busy.
Yeah, it was a bit free out there, trying to get the kart a little more grip in it. But I think it'll be good once we get that.
Thank you, Finn.
Thank you.
Standing by here with Gus Lawrence, your first ever event like this, right? You've been at Kart Masters, you've raced for the O Plate, you've done it all. Talk about the IAME Grand Nationals. You're now in the shootout, you're watching it last night. How different is it on this side?
Yeah, like, even changing the track today for totally different to what I've ever done before. And again, having this type of event where we do the shootout, yeah, crazy. So it'll be interesting. Obviously, we pull the name out the hats and where we're going to start. So yeah, we'll see how the first heat goes. I think that'll be a good bit of determination to see how the event plays out.
Well, you're smiling. Are you having a good time out here, right? Different layout?
Yeah, it's interesting to go out and do 4 or 5 laps on a track I've never driven before. So straight away in the dark, it feels fast in the dark. It feels like it's crazy, yeah, like you're driving for a tunnel. But no, it's interesting to see how we go.
And again, $5,000 on the line. That could be the biggest payday in your career today. How much would that mean for you?
It'll be a nice incentive to take home, won't it? So yeah, we'll see.
There you go. Best of luck, Gus. And again, Gus going to get to work here. Shake your hand as well there, Gus. Hayden, they're all working on data there with Alex Vincent, Ben Cooper as well. So they're continuing to get to work. And Oliver Hodgson standing by with Haley.
That was a half decent run for you, mid-pack. What are your initial thoughts?
Yeah, I just tried to go out and kind of get my eye on how all those new apexes look, because a lot of those are essentially new corners for me, and actually pretty surprised there that we're P11, because I tried to go out and not push too hard and just see where the track was and not do many laps. So positive start, kart feels good. I'm excited to get going on this thing.
Yeah, you're a hometown guy here, but you've not run this layout before. How confident are you that you've picked it up quickly?
Yeah, like I think looking at that timesheet, it's surprising, but you know, I'm confident when we go into this, it's going to be close. There's lots of good drivers, and excited to try to get ourselves at the front of this.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to Xander in the booth.
The action continues. We'll have the countdown as now the teams are on the clock for the changes before they go back out for heat number 1. And they have, again, drawn their starting spots as well. All 20 drivers, and a quick change as well from years past. This is new for this season, this year's event at least. Edition number 5 of the Grand National Championship and the X30 Pro Shootout presented by MG Tires. Not all of the drivers in the event will make it to the main. Only the top 15 after both heat races are completed will transfer. So we'll cut the bottom 5 off of point scores. Heat 1 will be set based off how they drew the positions out of the hat. Heat 2 will be an invert. Let's go back down to pit lane for more as they continue to get ready for race number 1.
Queen, Caden, all smiles, right? You were doing this last night. You're doing it in Pro X30. What'd you kind of learn from yesterday?
It's not really racing. It's more bumper cars, but yeah, it's good fun.
Kind of feels like a little bit like Kart Masters-wise, right? Racing side?
Yeah, I think so. But the worst thing the officials did then was say about the bumper penalty. If one side doesn't go in, then there's no penalty. So I think a lot of people then turned around and smiled about that. So I'm sure you'll see a lot of pushing and shoving in this.
So repeat that as well, because we missed it. So from what the officials said, if one side of the bumper goes in, it's not a penalty.
Yes.
That's interesting. Xander, I'll actually send it up to you and hear your thoughts on that as well. Some breaking news from Caden McQueen.
About the pushbacks. Yeah, I mean, well, Mateo, you could attest to it on track today. Everyone's learned since the introduction of the pushback bumper system at this very venue in 2017 for the U.S. Pro Kart Series, good ways ago, how to make sure that yours doesn't go in until it's a massive amount of force on either side. And so when you don't have to worry about one side going in, you're almost better kind of not being squared up on someone, right?
Yeah, I feel it's going to be huge that they only get a penalty when the whole bumper's in. I feel like a lot of people are going to take advantage of that, and there's going to be a lot of strategy playing out with that.
And explain that, right? Like, again, the pushback bumper system squared up kind of just to the left and to the right of that kind of center rail or imaginary line down the middle of the go-kart. But to know that you've got one side to burn, how do you play that as a driver?
It's hard because when one side's in, it depends how close your tire is to the bumper. Because, for say, in Heat 1 yesterday, half my bumper was in, and it was dragging on the front bumper, and it was killing me half a second a lap.
But, again, you got the ace in the hole if you got a guy in front of you that's holding you up, huh?
Exactly.
Well, let's hear from more of the drivers here as they get ready to put on a show for the first time tonight here. Heat 1. Let's go down to Haley.
It's actually Caleb Xander. I'll forgive you this time, but nonetheless, Davin, this is the first time you've been a part of the shootout, right? You've watched it from the outside looking in. It's going to be crazy for you. Your first one in senior. What are you kind of thinking? How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Need to work on some of my driving a little bit. It's a little difficult switching configurations so quickly, but we'll figure it out. We're going to put some setup changes into the go-kart. Didn't feel quite comfortable out there, but we'll dial it in and see how we go. Rolling from P15 for Heat 1, and we'll see how it goes.
Sounds good. We'll send it to Naomi and Haley standing by.
Naomi Garcia here, our current fan vote winner. Naomi, how did it feel to get all those votes for you?
It felt amazing. I'm super happy. I'm so proud, and I would just like to say thank you to everyone at home who voted me. Your support means so much.
Naomi, tell us about that initial setup.
Well, the kart felt good. My chain came loose at the end from hitting the curbs too hard, but kart felt amazing, and I feel really confident.
Do you have any changes going into the first heat?
Nope.
Thank you, Naomi.
Thank you.
Straight up, rack it, run it, get after it. And she's moments away from having to get the suit and helmet on and get geared up. Right now, everybody's all smiles, Mateo. Last night, we didn't see everyone walking away with a smile when we got done with even the first race, much less as the night drew on. You don't have time to cool off, right? I mean, this is a pressure cooker situation.
Oh, yeah.
And the emotions boil over. I mean, you can attest to that, right? Again, you know, you at least had an hour between sessions today or more so you could get your head right again. You can't do that here. You got a 10-minute window, and then you're back at it.
Yeah, it's for sure going to be a lot of nerves running high. I can already tell, seeing some of the drivers. I could see them when they were looking at the qualifying. Some drivers getting a little stressed there. So it's going to be a good race, though.
It's hard to say where you want to be on the grid, folks, whether you want more of a middle draw for both heats or to have one good heat where you start up front and the other one where you're just batting from behind, starting at the rear, because it flips the grid on its head from heat 1 to heat number 2. Let's take a little listen down to some of the people that make the magic happen and help keep the drivers on their toes and get them better. How about BJR's own Austin Miles? Caleb?
Yeah, thank you. Took a lot of convincing to get Austin to talk to me here, but what have you told your drivers, right? Just James and Paulie with you here tonight. What have you kind of told them before this one?
Nothing, actually. They just got to go do their jobs. That's all it is. They just normally have to do their job, and I don't really say very much to either one of them, ever.
And I saw you take the Facebook as well. You were pretty pumped up at the win. How much would it mean for you to go back-to-back here tonight with your drivers?
If we go back-to-back 1-2 again tonight, I'd be thrilled. Paulie's a little bit upset, I think, because I was a little bit more happy that Cash was up there in the money. I kind of put it on his shoulders. He's got to win the race no matter what. Money's already spent, so.
You feel the same way tonight? Paulie's just got to go out there and win this race no matter what?
100%. It's always that way. Money's already spent. He knows that.
There you go. There you guys have from Austin Miles. Just win-win situation for Paulie Massimino. Nothing less. Xander, we'll send it back to you as we get ready.
I think it sounds more like must-win and lose-lose situation by that math there, Mateo.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take a look at this. How about a last-second check to make sure those bumper bolts are nice and tight for the Velocity Sodi boys? They know this one could get wild in a hurry with this many go-karts. And ZCD, well, he seems to thrive in the chaos. And last night, second across the line. If he can do it again tonight, maybe go one spot better, it'd be a heck of a payday, a $1,000 boost from yesterday. Let's take a look at the lineup of the field for heat number 1 of 2. Again, mind you, folks, this will be turned upside down for that second heat race, but 20 drivers will enter both heats, and we'll have a kind of imaginary cut line, if you will, at the 15th spot when they get going, so you can kind of visualize what it will look like when ultimately the points are tallied and we knock one off. It'll be Caleb Gaffera on the inside of row 1 alongside Stephen Miller. Ryan Raffa and Jacob Kolar roll from row number 2. Caden McQueen, Oliver Hodgson for an all-British row 3. Then it's Gus Lawrence and Hayden Jones for an all-Rawls and Performance Group row 4. Dalton Haynes and Frankie Mossman, they're smack dab in the middle there on row 5, 9th and 10th. Blake Nash and Paulie Massimino the same, and they'll flip forward one row for heat number 2. Then Finn Bailiff and ADT rolling from row 7. Davin Roberts and Chase Gassiet Lee for the youngest average age row of the field, 2 senior rookies in their first X30 Pro Shootout appearance. James Overbeck and the fan vote winner, Naomi Garcia on row 9. And Austin Garrison and Zachary Clayman DeMello will roll from row number 10, 19th and 20th. But that means they get to lead us to green in heat number 2. The lights are on, the spotlights are hot, and we are just about ready to bring that temperature to the racetrack for the first of 3 more sessions here tonight. Heat 1 to begin to set the grid and the journey to our final 15 of the All-Star event of the year, the MG Tires X30 Pro Shootout here at Trackhouse Motorplex. Hundreds and thousands watching at home all around the world, and the fence line, well, you better find your spot now. It'll be 3, 4, 5 rows deep to watch this night unfold from the 5th edition of the 2025, or 5th edition of the IAME USA Grand National Championship here in 2025, and our 5th year straight covering it as well on Kart Chaser. A beautiful facility, and Mateo, you get this in your backyard. But there's something special about this weekend each year.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's going to be a super exciting race to watch. Can't wait.
What a great look here, straight into the eyes of the drivers as they try to lock in and find that mental zone to go to battle. And then right after, get ready to reset, good, bad, or otherwise, and do it again 2 times more in this tight rack-em-up-and-run-it format. For the shootout events. They'll have, again, a 10-minute timer after all carts are through the weigh scales and post-session tech before the teams are allowed to work on the go-karts. Hopefully you don't have any early exits like the case in warm-up where it was by design for most. But we'll see everyone want to make it to the checkered flag here in the heat races. A short track as well. 10 laps is all you got to go forward or back or make up for any lost time. And we'll do it again for Heat 2 before a 20-lap main event decides the money. $5,000 to the main shootout race winner here. And beyond that, the purse continues down through the top 3 as it did last night as well. Kart's onto the circuit. It's time to warm those engines and tires back up after the short break and get ready to bring the action here at night at Trackhouse Motorplex. There's a look again at the lineup of how they will stack for the first race of 3. And again, keeping an eye on that kind of loose cut line below 15th. It'll be an average over the 2 heat race results, so again, it won't be an instant notification for us, not to mention if there's any penalties or full pushback bumper deployments, because like you said, Mateo, for one, the one side going in deep enough with a crushed in nose as well, where the air caves in from the impact, could easily drag and hinder someone. But you know, you got to be really precise to be able to knock one side on purpose and not knock the other and suffer a penalty. That could knock someone out of the top 15 drivers here tonight.
Yeah, for sure. I'm super excited to see how this is going to play out. There's going to be for sure a lot of elbows out, and with 20 karts on this little track, it's going to be a fun one to watch.
We only have one former shootout winner in the field here in the X30 Pro category. Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg, 2 of our previous winners, unfortunately not here racing this weekend, but I'm sure they'll be following along and probably enjoying the view from the opposite side of the fence with no stress and pure entertainment for them and for us as well. For Mateo and myself, Xander Clements here in the booth, and the KC production team, we look forward to this event all year. It's time to go racing for the first time tonight. Heat 1 for the X30 Pro Shootout is green. And off the bat, Jacob Kolar has to take the cut through out of turn number 2 as they race to full song down the back straightaway. It's Stephen Miller with the lead as they roll through the bowl at turn 4. And then here to the new section tonight, turn 5, down to the inside and up onto the concrete grip. Big contact, 2 drivers wide. Dalton Haynes is one of them, Hayden Jones the other. And the North Carolina natives will fall back as it's Miller to Gaffera, Rafa, McQueen, Hodgson, Lawrence, and Alessandro DiTullio ripping over the curbing and putting 1 lap in the books, 9 to go. Right now, as things stand, still one big train, and Caleb Gaffera already going to work on Miller. Miller trying to cover the low side. Caleb will send it deep. He'll get the pass done here. And when you're at this point in the middle of a pack like this, it's very similar to what the KA Heats have looked like on the regular layout here, Mateo, with a pass there by McQueen. Hodgson, contact even further back as the top 2 get away. You're trying to pick the pack apart, but when you're buried in the middle of this, I mean, you've got to have eyes out the back of your head, to the side, in front, and still out chest match the others.
Oh yeah, it's for sure wild. And as we were talking before about the bumpers, you can see Caleb Gaffera's front bumper right there already loose. So we'll see how that plays out at the end, if he can protest it or not. But yeah, you can see already elbows out, racing hard.
Yeah, that definitely looks loose indeed. Caleb Gaffera, a full pushback bumper penalty potentially could promote Stephen Miller to the provisional race lead right now. You can see how loose that is as we watch it go now to lap number 3 in the books. 7 laps to go. And an update here on the field as they run. You see them on your screen. We've lost, unfortunately, 1. Jacob Kolar to the pit lane early here from heat number 1, an early exit. And the fight's on further back. Ryan Rafa under heavy fire. Look at Gus Lawrence and ADT bearing down the 2 fastest in the X30 Pro category today. Hodgson working on Stephen Miller. Could be either way which pass happens first in the run to 8. Here's Hodgson inside. He's got it. Not too much resistance there from Stephen. And we'll put 4 down, 6 to go, and watch Ollie start to try to hunt towards Gaffera.
Oh yeah, this is already a fun one to watch. Stirring up pot here. I feel like someone like Oliver Hodgson is gonna really play
update as well. Blake Nash to the pit lane along with Kolar.
Wow.
So 2 early exits. Kolar continued from the spin. Blake Nash did not. So it was Kolar staying out but running at the rear. Nash into the pit lane. And behind, look at this, DiTullio inside, contact! And the trouble spot on this layout that's already shown itself tonight, and showed itself right for the driver on your screen that paved the path for him to be able to get to the lead eventually at the exit of turn 8. Paulie Massimino now working on the back of Rafa. indeed here. Entertainment factor to a 10, Mateo, and you're trying to not waste any time, just like that. A little bump and run.
They're going at it. Yeah, Paulie's trying to move his way up as quick as he can because he knows that he needs to get a good result in this first heat.
Yeah, he's going to be starting in the middle again, and you don't know what can happen on the starts with all this chaos that's happening around. Check out the up and down movement through the field. You've got to hope to be in the top 15, and Alessandro DiTullio has already picked up 10 spots from the start of this race. Massimino up 7, Davin Roberts up 8. That's good news because, again, they'll start better than where they are currently, or at least around where they are currently for the next one. Here's Dalton Haynes inside of Naomi Garcia. A little move. Naomi's trying to give it back, and you have to. Caden McQueen said, he's like, yeah, it's a bit like bumper cars out here. And we're seeing that on full display. Black flag to pull Kolar in. He tried to stay out as long as he could, get a couple more spots to stay above the cut line, but he'll be done now. And it's Finn Bailiff now on the chopping block further back. Austin Garrison hasn't made up hardly any spots from the tail end of the field, trying to keep his nose clean. He should still transfer, but you need to get a whole lot more. As it looks like, you got to start in the first few spots because everyone is just out for blood in the opening couple circuits.
Oh yeah, no one's giving any revenge here. No one's giving anything up. Everyone's going at it.
Here's a look at Overbeck working the back of ZCD, who started at the tail end of the field. Those two charging towards Naomi Garcia. There's Mossman, and then there is Austin Garrison now to his teammate with 2 laps to go, trying to get something out of this race. I think he must have picked the wrong lane. As you can see, Mossman's even got some damage to the NASA panel, knocked it up above the steering wheel for him, and a heavy crushed in front bumper. Who knows who else may have a pushback besides potentially Caleb Gaffera. And we've got maybe a looming fight for second on this final lap as well. Oliver Hodgson's only 3/10 up the road from Gus Lawrence with the white flag out now. So 1 to go for Caleb Gaffera. There's a look at second, third, fourth, fifth, and that might be the potential race win, with Caleb having what we believe to be a full pushback deployed on the front bumper, and you can hear it even clicking across the ground in the run down to turn 4. So this will be it. Final lap, heat number 1 for the X30 Pro Shootout. Oliver Hodgson trying to hold on for that second spot as Gus Lawrence closes in. He should be safe. Caleb G will cross the line first, provisionally the heat race winner, but if that pushback holds, it'll be Oliver Hodgson scoring the max points over Lawrence, DiTullio, Massimino up to 5th across the line, potentially 4th. Massive run from 13th and 15th for him and DiTullio. McQueen hangs on to finish 6th at the checkers. Davin Roberts from 16th to 7th. Chase Gassey at least 17th to 8th. That's the exact kind of score you want from the heat, where you got to start at the rear. 10th to 9th for Dalton Haynes up and down. Ryan Raffa fades back from 3rd to P10. That'll hurt because he knows he's going to have to start deep in heat number 2. Stephen Miller, Naomi Garcia, ZCD, Overbeck, Garris in the top 15, and then the 5 drivers here who are going to be on the hot seat for heat 2. Frankie Mossman, Hayden Jones, Finn Bailiff, Jacob Kolar, and Blake Nash. But for Caleb Gaffera, what could have been a perfect run, instant heartbreak there with the pushback bumper deployed on the Holtz DD Tony Kart. So last night, it was the benefit of a pushback penalty for DeMello, and it moved him up the board to 3rd on the podium. Tonight, he's now found himself on the receiving end of a penalty that'll knock him spots backwards as we roll through the scale line and check in.
But I was inside. So was up. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know who's in front of me. Everyone. Huh?
We'll take a quick break here as we get ready to go back down to pit lane for some more. Scale lines beginning to roll. We'll be right back with more from the MG Tires X30 Pro Shootout.
In the dirt. Happy marketing.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. We're 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser. Are they doing it again? All right, here we go. We got some more festivities. Luckily for us, Drew James is back in the paddock with us here this weekend after, again, an incident over at Newcastle. But he's in good spirits. He's actually racing against D-May right now. They're going to go all the way down to the finish line down there. So we got D-May on the right, Drew James on the left. Drew, back in the seat, back racing. Talk about it.
It feels good to be back. I'm glad to be back, finally.
There you go, racing against D-May.
You're not hurting yourself, are you?
No.
Caleb, how you doing?
You got the first one. How was it?
Man, the chassis felt good. You know, I have a Helio A6 OTK made. He's sitting on a rental, a 4-stroke rental, so I have a little advantage, and I might give him a 1-second lead.
There you go. We're actually going to let them go through, so we're going to get out of the way here. Any tires management for you boys?
Well, I have quick disconnect. And you know what?
I think it's kind of unfair here, right?
It is unfair, but
it's like a Ferrari against a Fiat.
Okay,
what we're looking at.
How old are you? 1957. I think it's fair.
All right, let's go. Enough said. Let's go. Finish line all the way down here. D-May against Drew James. We'll get it going here. We'll count them down. 3, 2, 1, go. Drew James on the inside, contact in between the two. D-May going back to the lead of the race. More contact in between the two. Across the finish line, Drew James, your winner here tonight. There you guys have it from these two. Good fun down here at the IAME Grands. A hug in between the two. And again, we're about to get going here as well in the racing action. We'll talk to Drew. Drew, winner, $1,000 richer. Talk about it.
What's up?
Talk about it. Talk about the win.
Went up on gear and it helped, I think. Got a little scrolly in the start, but it was good.
There you go. Congrats to Drew James. $1,000 richer here in the first ever wheelchair IAME Grand National Championships. There you have it. Good fun in between the two. But nonetheless, good spirits down here, Xander. Good spirits. And we're getting ready to go. Just a couple of more moments before drivers and teams are able to get to work on their karts. Send it up to you.
I let you run one show, Caleb. And what are we? We're wheelchair racing? What is going on? Listen, I can only put partly blame on you, I guess. D-May's around. There's going to be some shenanigans. We've got to clear the pit area at least a bit. The drivers are working their way through the mess of this drag race. We've got another race winner. So apparently 4 shootouts tonight. We've got one driver here with me who was a part of some shootouts in the heats today, but not racing. Joining me again in the booth for the second consecutive year, Peyton Phillips. Peyton, happy to have you.
Happy to be back. I always like getting a chance to commentate, and it should be a good race tonight.
It should be. We saw a bit of a runaway there in that first heat. Hard to kind of pick apart anyone that looked good or not so good. I think there were a lot more drivers off pace than probably they expected. The warm-up session looked pretty even. That did not.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by Austin Garrison's pace there. Didn't look as good as it did in the warm-up. Of course, he only did do 1 lap in the warm-up, to be fair to him, but I was expecting a bit more from the Speed Concept boys, but we'll see how they do in the second heat.
Yeah, we will find that out here in a moment. The timer has started. 10 minutes, put it on the clock before heat number 2 rolls, and we flip the grid on its head. We go back down to pit lane with less than 9 minutes now for the teams to make changes and go to work, especially for those that could not finish, like Hayden Jones and Blake Nash and more. Go down to Caleb now here on the pit lane.
Yeah, this is huge here. Blake Nash at the end of it had a bent axle. They're going to try and swap that axle as we speak. Again, they got to take they got to loosen up the cassettes, take the brake pads off as well. So they're getting hard at work here to try and switch that to get Blake going. Looks like they're almost done. 12 minutes is the time they got to do this here, and the majority of the Nash team is hard at work here trying to get that changed here. The motor getting loose now. Blake as well getting his hands in there. But again, the entire team coming together, two as well, team members holding the lights, and it's 4 mechanics as well, all getting their hands dirty, getting in there to try and change his axle in time to try and go back out for heat race number 2.
Right here, Caleb, tell us about that first win.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty good. I mean, we got out front. Steven hit the brakes pretty early on the backstretch, so I got a full bumper, 3 positions, nothing much. And so we're starting to last this one. I mean, got out front. I just really just drove away. Put my head down, didn't look back until the last 2 laps, and now we're starting 20th. So, you know, I love some last to first racing, done it before, so we're going to go see what we can do.
The start looked really crucial in that last one. What are your plans for the next one?
Probably just play it safe, stay back, let everyone crash, and then go through the field.
And any changes made to the kart before then?
Let it eat.
Thank you, Caleb.
Thank you.
Back over here with Jacob Kohler as they get ready. A couple of other team members borrowing some brake clean, but talk about that race, right? You got black flagged off the track, just early DNF for you.
Yeah, I mean, the start of the race was kind of hard. I mean, I got hung around the outside, got hit a little bit. And then, I mean, after that, I mean, me, Blake, and some other guys were in the back, so we were just trying to ration what we had. And, I mean, they're still battling for, I mean, we're in the back of the pack. It was like for 15th. I don't know why we still battled. And then it's just going 3 wide in the chicane, and that obviously is not going to work. So then Blake bent his axle, and then I got into the grass, spun it around, and, I mean, I was too far back anyway, so I don't think I was going to make anything up.
Have you felt anything with the chassis in the last couple laps? You did everything all right? Are you guys working on anything?
Right now we're like half a second off. I think we just have too much front. We're just trying to take some out. But, I mean, other than that, I think we'll be all right. We're like half a second, but we have not a lot of reference. I mean, we're out there alone, so I think we'll be good for the next one.
Thank you, Jacob. Haley?
They struggled in that one. That was a P14. Do you feel like that was more you, or was that the kart?
I feel like some drivers have a bit more experience on this configuration. This is my first time out on this configuration, so trying to learn that part of it, and obviously in the engine package I'm not that familiar with, so have to deal. I feel like that's more of the problem than anything else. I do think we were a little high on gear, but most of it was just the craziness at the beginning. I mean, we were three wide in a lot of the spots the first 2 laps, so definitely feel better starting more up front. Hopefully we can get in front of all that and have a somewhat clean race.
Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Good pace out of you in that one, right? You were making up some moves. Talk about that race. And again, I see Tim and your mechanic kind of working on the kart here.
Yeah, I would say I was really happy with the car. I think there's some spots in my driving that I can kind of spot the apex better and carry a nicer, smoother arc into. So yeah, really happy. Now I guess where it's the kind of clinch point of this thing is starting further back and see how we cut through and avoid the chaos. So happy with the kart. I think my driving can get a little better, and yeah, here we go.
How do you how easy is it to pass out there in this layout? It looks like turn 8 it's quite easy to send it deep with how late the apex is.
Yeah, it looks, I think my quick guess will be when everyone's bunched up hard and when it spreads out and you're trying to run people down a little more easy.
Thank you, Oliver.
Thanks.
I've got Dalton Haynes down here on grid with me. Dalton, you've got a friend with you. Tell me about it.
Yeah, this is my buddy Marcelito. Say hi. He's my good luck charm, so I'm keeping him around with me everywhere.
How was that first race for you?
I mean, it was honestly terrible. We got taken out. It was bittersweet. We got taken out in the left-hander, and then I went way wide. I think I was in last, but I came back up to 9th. So I finished where I started, and then I think I got 8th off of someone's pushback. So we made up 1 spot, and our pace, I heard I was purple for a couple laps. I mean, our pace feels great. So all thanks to the Haynes Motorsports mechanics. They're working hard over there.
The guys look definitely like they're hard at work. What are you changing for this next one?
I haven't told them to change anything. I feel very confident in our ability. They're just, actually, if you look, they're just cleaning it, making it look nice.
It's all trust in the team for Dalton Haynes. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
There's a good look. Yeah, cleaning her up. That's a much less stressful pit box than just across the way over at Blake Nash's camp with doing everything they can to make sure this bright blue and black Haynes Motorsports TB kart is fast enough and pretty enough to stand on victory lane alongside with Dalton and crew. $5,000 as well on the lines for them. We've known, again, based on the results, that only 15 drivers are going to make the main, and we've got 5 kind of on the cut line or hot seat, if you will. 17th in Heat 1 for Hayden Jones. Caleb.
Yeah, thank you. And again, just a rough heat start to finish. Tell me about it.
Yeah, the first lap I got hit in the cut through, so I don't know who was behind me, but I got hit there, went to dead last. And then working my way through the race, Blake Nash got hit off into the turn 8, normal turn 8. Went wide in the grass, so I tried to pass him around the outside, and he was still on the inside, and then I tried to back out, and he turned into me going through the right onto the straightaway. So it's just a racing incident. I mean, it bent something, but we're fixing it.
Yeah, I see Joni Ben. Is that what they're kind of working on the front end here?
Yeah, the steering shaft was bent, so nothing bad.
There you go. Well, thank you, Hayden. Best of luck. Hopefully you have better luck in this next heat race.
I've got Stephen Miller here with me. We're keeping this one a little bit casual. We've taken a seat. Stephen, that one was rough for you. Tell me what it looked like.
The kart was just really loose that time. We were under geared, so I feel like I really had no grip out there, and I just overdrove it when the Tulio passed me. So, I mean, I could have went into the corner slower, but I really couldn't have done much because my kart was so loose, so I couldn't really get any exit speed out of it. So, I mean, I can't really do anything about that, but we're fixing it now. So,
there's a lot of money on the line here tonight. What would you do with the money?
Buy some parts for my boat.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Well, I'm gonna take it back here as it looks like they're about done with the rear axle of Blake Nash. I'm gonna come back here and talk to team owner Seth Nash here. Seth, the guys have been hard at work, right? Changing his axle. I think it's one of the fastest axle changes I've seen in my entire life.
No, I think we could have done a little bit better. We had a bunch of team members here helping. I think it was too many, but they're doing a good job. I'm real happy with how they're working together, and we'll get it done and see what we can do in Heat 2.
Yeah, and again, you kind of talked to Blake a little bit. You said it was hectic. What did you see from the outside? What do you think your boy needs to do to get out there and get one?
Yeah, I mean, I think the start's crazy, right? Because it's a shootout. Everybody's going for it. And I think there was a little melee in, I don't know what corner it is, maybe turn 4 or whatever it is, because they changed the track configuration. A couple guys shot it in hard, and I think kind of put us back a little bit. So we were in a little bit of a panic, came through, hit somebody, and it was the end of the race for us.
Yeah, it was good. It looks like you guys are back going. Feeling confident here?
Yeah, I think we're good. I mean, Blake's got to learn the track a little bit. He's never done this before, so he'll figure it out, and we'll see if we can win some money.
Well, there you guys have from Seth Nash, and we'll wish them the best of luck. Looks like they're all done here, getting everything going, getting everything put together.
I've got Davin Roberts here with me. Davin, you've told me that you have been issued a full pushback. When did that happen?
Happened on the start. They just started checking up on the inside lane, and some guys behind me, I guess, just didn't have enough time to correct, and we got full pushback. But we're still inside the top 10, so that's all I care is just making up positions, and yeah.
Thank you, Davin.
Thank you.
I'm going to send it back to Xander.
Thanks, Haley. A lot of quick intel and a lot to kind of take away from it. You've got total opposites here after the first heat race. A scramble at Blake Nash's pit and wiping down with some simple green over at Dalton Haynes' pit. Talk about it from what you got to see, boots on the ground last night, being a spectator, enjoying it, and again, what you've seen so far tonight in the first kind of warm-up and lead into Heat 1, Peyton.
Well, in the first heat alone, to be fair, I really did like the pace of Davin Roberts, and to hear that he got a pushback on the start kind of is a bit frustrating for him because he did look really good, along with Hodgson coming to the field and Lawrence, of course. Dalton Haynes, I do think is a good shot at it. Just needs to keep out of trouble in the start, keep the nose clean and head down, and he should have the pace, of course, with Marcelo working on the rig. And as you can see here, Hayden Jones.
Hayden Jones. So he thought it was just the steering column. What they've got on the front is the sniper alignment system to try and measure the toe out and toe in along with caster and camber. And as they set it down, they were doing one last quick little kind of bend check to make sure it was indeed just the column. That's a quick fix, obviously, if you got a nice little hole punched in the floor tray, Peyton. But talk to us about, again, down to a millimeter, right? You can feel that out on track.
Oh, of course. And I actually have a really funny story about bending a chassis that way. When I was with Iron Rock Motorsports my first year in junior, I bent the chassis, and Austin Osborne still had a bit more weight on him, so just put a tire under it, and he bent it straight back. Like, it was on point from the lad. I'm still impressed by that. But hopefully any gremlins that Hayden Jones had in the first heat are now fully gone.
He's going to need them to be able to be even a part of the hunt for the money. 17th is going to hurt in the points haul. And on the outside looking in after that first heat result, Frankie Mossman along with him, Finn Bailiff, Jacob Kolar, and Blake Nash with a P20 off the contact. But he started 12th in that heat. That means he gets a start in row 4. And we'll go through the rest of the lineup in a moment. Caleb.
Thank you. I'm standing by here with Ale. You and Frankie exchanged some words there on the scale lines. Tell me a little bit about ADT.
No, it was fine. I mean, he was just asking about the incident, but he wasn't saying anything bad. I guess he was as lost as I was because it was a big wreck. I don't even know who was in front and who was behind me. So, yeah, everything's good.
Thank you. I'm working my way back here as well. Haley is catching up with Frankie there. And again, they're just last couple words. Send you over there with Haley, Kyle.
Frankie here in the cart. Frankie, tell me about that incident with ADT on track. What was going on?
Honestly, I thought it was a bit premature. You know, it's only heat 1. And then he went and told me that it wasn't him. So, I mean, normally we appreciate the honesty, and me and him race together, almost every single weekend. So, I just thought it was a bit more bullshit because he knows what happened.
Thank you, Frankie.
Well, we thought it was maybe a little less than the emotional toll that we saw at the end of Heat 2 last night. We've obviously got some drivers tuned up a bit, but again, when you're in this pressure cooker format with a countdown clock, a scramble to both fix any damage and make any adjustments, and then at the same time try to sit down for all of 30 seconds to get your mind right. I mean, Peyton, as a driver, you have your routine, your kind of way of going about things before a main event, before something big. You don't really get to do that in this race.
Yeah, it's pretty much just you have to keep your head locked in all the time. Even if you have a bad heat, you got to keep your head up because there's 5K on the line for these guys. Like, you can't let something in the heat race affect how you race in the final. Like, yeah, a guy might race you a bit hard in it, but it doesn't matter. There's no money right now. Keep your head up. The money's in the final.
That's right. And again, in Frankie's case, he wants to make sure he's a part of it. And to his credit, being frustrated about the incident, right? Ale was able to cross the line P4. He crossed the line 16th. That means he needs to get a top probably 13 or 14 result to be safe and above the cut line for that top 15 drop for the main. Because again, we'll remove the bottom 5 after Heat 1 and Heat 2 are combined. Chase Gassiet-Lee for this heat race gets a much prettier starting spot. He had to roll from way back in heat number 1. He's got the inside of the third row here for, or the second row potentially. It looks like the inside of the third row here for him alongside Davin Roberts in heat number 2. A lot less carts in the way of trying to charge to the front. He looked good. So did Dalton even after the contact. Paulie looked exceptionally quick. I thought Ale was good also. And then we'll have to wait and see the adjustment of a veteran like Oliver Hodgson, who always finds a way to be one of the fastest karts on the racetrack anywhere he goes.
Yeah, and I got a chance to work with him one weekend, and honestly, hats off to him. He is such a professional man when it comes to racing. Always keeps it clean, doesn't get into incidents with people. I think there's a lot of us out there who get into silly incidents when we don't need to. He finds a way to not, and he gets to the pack easy without any contact with anyone. And he just finds himself in a good position because he put him in that position.
Yeah, luck is a matter of positioning and preparedness for when your time is up. And now the time is up for the second heat race. We've got them released onto the racetrack. Let's take a look at the lineup. It'll be ZCD on the inside of row number 1 alongside Austin Garrison. Naomi Garcia gets moved up to the inside of row 2 alongside James Overbeck. We saw Gassiet-Lee there alongside young Davin Roberts for the third row. DeTulio and Bailiff row 4. Massimino and Blake Nash row 5. And then it's Mossman from 11th, smack dab in the middle alongside Dalton Haynes. Hayden Jones from further back as well will need a massive charge forward to outpunch the outside the top 15 result he had in the first heat. He starts alongside his teammate Gus Lawrence, and then your front runners, at least front starters from Heat 1, Caleb Gaffera, Stephen Miller from the back of the grid in this 20-car field, and are going to try to make up as many spots as they can over the next 10 laps. This will be another quick dash of chaos here before we get our final 15 of the night to battle for the $5,000 payday here at the IAME USA East Grand National Championship. If you're loving watching the action, we hope that you stay tuned to the end and share it with everyone that you know, because this is going to be entertainment at its fullest with Mr. Excitement himself, Zachary Clayman DeMello leading him to green, and Austin Garrison on the outside. A couple of vets ahead of some young talent in Naomi Garcia and Chase Gassiet-Lee. Here we are ready to go, and a late moment for James Overbeck. Can he race his way back up to where he's supposed to start? We'll have to wait and see if they allow him to get into his spot. With so much on the line, I don't know if he'll be able to get up there as they come into the tram lines. Yeah, they're going to wave this one off, and they'll let him get in to P4. A big moment. So James Overbeck in the last-minute dash to get down onto the grid and release from the pit area was part of the reason why he ended up further back. So now he's made it out, he's on the circuit, ready to compete from that second row, and it should be all good as they roll through turn number 5. Zachary Clayman DeMello, Austin Garrison, your front row. Once again, Naomi Garcia on the white and black Speed Concepts Racing livery, the teammate to Garrison on the inside of row 2. We'll see if she cuts her teammate and coach a break. She's going to get her elbows out as she learned that there's no love lost from any of the drivers in the field, with nothing to lose and all to gain. But again, there will be something to lose for the 5 that get cut after this one. Our final session with 20 drivers, 10 laps, put it on the board. Let's go racing once again. Chaos up the hill, Alessandro Tullio all out of shape, and Finn Bailiff is off in the grass at the top of the hill in 3. Out round the outside, Austin Garrison to the lead over DeMello. And now this battle for second is on. Overbeck with a crossover on ZCD. Into turn 6, he'll feed him a wheel and move James up to second, and DeMello into the grass and spun around sideways in front of the field. He'll go all the way to the tail. 1 lap in the books. Chaos already as Gassiet-Lee and Roberts go at it. And behind, look at Paulie DeTullio. Thank you very much, says Frankie Mossman. And it was a little tame in Heat 1. It is not tame right now, Peyton.
Yeah, you can tell they finally started to feel the money, the pressure that it brings to it. As you see Blake Nash down the inside of Paulie Massimino. Oh, 2x2 the whole way through the corner. Caleb Cafaro on the outside along with Oliver Hodgson. Oh, any contact here?
Turn 5, turn 6, it bottlenecks really quick here in the run to 8. You get everyone make it cleanly through it. It looks like they will. Side by side further back as we run down the finish line straight. 2 down now, 8 to go, and a big moment for Blake Nash as he dropped the left rear up and onto the wet grass down the front stretch. Let's see if Paulie can take advantage. He's on the bumper right now as they go down the back straightaway. Working, looking, not quite yet there through turn number 4. And with the first 2 laps in the books and a little separation up front, here's a look at all the up and down movement already. Up 7 for Mossman as Massimino goes in on Nash. That'll make Paulie now up a gain of 4. Well, it was for a corner. Blake back down the inside. Mind you, again, Blake Nash had to start middle of the pack, and he's got a 20th place result. Every position matters. He's got to fight with all he's got and hope for some more bad luck for the rest of the field. As Dalton Haynes now tries to signal for them to go forward, I don't think it'll happen. They're all going to block down low.
Yeah, no chance he's actually going to push him. As you see, Blake Nash, he has to fight for this if he wants to make it into the final here. And you know that's going to just make the rest of the field behind him very, very angry. So hopefully, as you see, Hodgson, a little bit of contact there with Hayden Jones. It came straight across on the front nose of the comp car. Can he get down the inside? There's surely going to be more contact. The bumper's stuck. He goes off Oliver Hodgson. Oh, that's terrible for the British driver. Can he get it unstuck and keep going?
Had to kick it out, and now Hodgson drops to the rear, and that puts him in the danger zone. Again, below 15th is the scary spot because, again, only the top 15 drivers after the heats are concluded will get to race for the big money. Here's Gus Lawrence trying to make the most of his second heat where he had to start from way back. He gets by his teammate in Jones. There's Caden McQueen with a slider on the inside of DeTullio. Gaffera and Kolar as well know they need to go forward, and the field is just getting further and further away. Finn Bailiff was wrecked on lap 1 in turn 3. He's at the back of the train with Stephen Miller and Ryan Raffa. Halfway in, halfway home. Austin Garrison long gone by the way out front here, Peyton. A second and a half out.
Yeah, he's absolutely in cruise control right now. He could almost save a bit of the tire for the final. As you see Paulie trying to get down the inside on Nash. He's not going to let any space there. Let's see, does he dive him here?
Oh, he's got it. Easy, turn 5. Got him, that move will be done. Here's up front, Naomi Garcia, Davin Roberts, Frankie Mossman, Chase Gassiet-Lee, up and over the chicane curbing as they rock it down to 1. Mossman will go for the move there, and it looked like he had it. Blake is still fighting with everything he has. Massimino with a big send in 1, and Blake is going to do everything he can to just continue to fight with everything he's got to stay alive. Right now they're, I think, safe enough, but Blake doesn't think so. He gives the bumper to Paulie and moves him out of the groove.
Oh, this is surely going to end badly for Blake Nash at some point. He keeps using the bumper on who's ever in front of him. Of course he has to if he wants to make the final. I'm not saying anything bad about that. And he does. You see, he makes the gap. You see Larson just having the defender a little bit on Caden McQueen as you come to the chicane.
Yeah, Paulie thought that he was going to have to block, and I think Blake was hoping for it. Now Paulie will mount another charge at him. This is basically 2 races at this point. 6 seconds back to that group, and then up to Chase Gassey at lead. Dalton Haynes has at least escaped him, so he's safe and away from Blake Nash, who's holding the cavalry at bay. And what else kind of factors in here when you look at the drivers up and down? DeMello's first heat, even though he's at the back, should still transfer him. Still a lot of racing to go. 2 laps around here, and once again, Paulie's got to run at Blake Nash. What do you do at this point when you got a driver like this defending as aggressively as he is and fighting you at every opportunity?
I think there's only one thing that's going to come out of this. We see down the backstretch, what does Paulie do? Nash is going to start defending here because he can see the whole pack behind him. In other words, this is really good for Frankie Mossman. He's up to 3rd. Surely that will be enough to make it into the final. As you see Paulie moves him. That was long overdue, I think, in my opinion. And now Nash is surely going to be put to the wayside.
Oh, man, he's swarmed now. And Paulie, to his credit, I don't know if he moved him or just got underneath him. It looked pretty smooth down the inside of 5, and he's brought them all on by. And now Nash, now he's in a dangerous spot. 14th is not going to cut it with a 20th in the opening heat race. Meanwhile, up front, as the battle continues down here into 4, Austin Garrison headed for home here in heat number 2. This will be a great points haul for the 329 as there's contact 2 and 3 wide in the final couple corners. Austin Garrison, heat 2 winner. And in the run down to turn number 8 for the final time, do we lose anybody? Nash to the wayside. He tried the high side into the chicane. He'll pick up a few. It'll move him back to 13th. Is that enough? We'll have to wait and see when the officials go to work on what they just witnessed. Austin Garrison escapes the chaos to win heat 2. James Overbeck 2nd. Frankie Mossman 3rd, and a much needed 3rd off of an outside of the top 15 results in heat number 1. Finn Bailiff, though, I think that night might have ended for him with 2 outside the top 15 runs, at least across the line. Jacob Kolar, 15th. He also, again, was back there with Blake in the opening heat race. So they both are on the danger zone. Again, Jacob Kolar, that's last year's Grand National champ in the main.
Yeah, you see, it just shows you the character, the nature of the shootout is, it really doesn't matter even if you've won this race a couple times. It doesn't matter. Everyone's going to go for it. There's $5 grand on the line. Like, who's not going to send it in from 3 kart lengths back when there's money on the line? And if this is just the 2nd heat, you can only imagine how much chaos there will be in the final.
Oh, yeah. Let's go down and hear it all.
Bro, he's crazy.
I can't say it now.
Defended. Defended. Crazy.
What do you mean? Oh, just in general?
Around the outside, inside.
Yeah. Then you try to open up the door and then nobody cares. They're just like, yeah, let's go for 7. It's amazing. I don't know. Did something happen?
He spun off.
Oh, did he?
Everyone up there finished. Well, you came in behind me.
Yeah.
Trying to stay there. I knew you were going to send me. Where do you fit? What was your finish? 3rd and whatever I am now. I was 4th and I guess like top 4.
Let's take a look back here at the moment. Gus and Paulie were kind of rewinding a bit there. James Overbeck to the inside as Zachary claiming the mellow. Zach didn't want to give it up. James held his own on the inside, had the corner, and then the grass pretty thick, and it's gotten a whole lot of rain over the last week and a half. You can see how much it bogged him down. And right before we went on the air here, Peyton, we were talking about how impressed we were at DeMello's 360 and sideways skills. But look at, again, all the moisture on the tires from just that one off-track excursion, and he went all the way to the rear and couldn't recover. Just got the end of the pack there at the last moment. Didn't get any spots out of it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because you knew Zach was going to race this one hard, especially starting from P1. But, you know, it hurts for him. It's racing, unfortunately. Just got the nose clip on him.
Let's go down to pit lane with our Heat 2 winner, Austin Garrison. Caleb?
Yeah, thank you for sitting by here with Austin. Austin, I mean, I'd be lying to you if I said it. I looked in your visor before that last race, and you looked pretty amped up, pretty mad before you went out there and raced. Talk about Heat 1. Talk about the second Heat race as well.
Yeah, I'm still mad, but the first Heat race, I was just dodging carnage the whole entire time. You know, we had a really good pace, and it gets really frustrating and annoying when you know that you're super fast but you can't do anything with it. So I was just slowly avoiding crashes the whole 10 laps and couldn't do anything with it. And we know we're going to be starting up front. Just had to get through the first couple laps, and we knew we had really good pace.
And again, just talk about the next one, right? You win one. You, again, just don't have the – yeah, just not good, right? But you guys are fast. What do you need to do to go out there and win this $5,000?
Definitely just got to keep it clean. It's a long race. It's 20 laps, but, you know, some drivers forget that it's 20 laps, and they, you know, drive every lap like it's the last lap and injure other people. But, you know, we just got to keep a clean slate. I don't know where I start, maybe mid-pack, hopefully up inside the top 10, and we just got to get a clean start. And we know we have a really fast piece to, you know, get it to the front and hopefully win.
Best of luck, Austin.
Thanks.
Paulie, that was a very hectic race for you. I haven't talked to Blake yet, but I want to hear your initial thoughts on that race.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, I think it was just me, Blake, and Dalton. So I went by Blake. I felt like I saw him drop a wheel, so I went by him. And then, yeah, he stuffed me right back. So then he just brought the whole field to us. So it was just us three. I feel like, you know, I get it. Everybody's eager, but when there's nobody else around, like, let's try and catch people in front of us. But it is what it is. Not too concerned about it. I feel like we need to find a little bit more in our package to contend for the fight. I don't really know where we'll start. I don't even know where I finish in any of them. So hopefully it's in the first few rows and we can try to escape the carnage.
It seems as though you want to make a couple changes, but after those, do you think that you'll have the package to win?
I couldn't hear what you said.
You have to make a couple of changes, but do you think that you have the package to win this thing again?
Yeah, I think so. I think if we could make the right adjustments, fix a little bit of the driving, I don't see why not.
The starts here are absolutely crucial on this layout. Do you have any initial thoughts on how you're going to take the main?
Don't die.
Thank you, Paulie.
Thank you.
Hard for a second. Gus is first. Hey, we're already done. Fuck off.
James, the 12-minute timer is being issued right now, but tell us about what happened before that last one. Why were you so late getting out on the track?
Yeah, I don't know. I went to start it on grid, and it took forever to start. I held it wide open, and it finally did start. It took forever, and even when I was pulling out on the track, it was just loaded up with fuel. I don't really know why, but it took over a whole lap for it to finally clear up, and then once it did, it seemed fine. But no, I thought my chances were over. Definitely right then, but I'm thankful I stayed out there and let it clear out, and then once it did, it was good from there, and then it was a solid race after that.
Are you worried at all that the engine's going to malfunction again?
No, I know these guys I have trust in my BBS Racing Engine's power and the BGR boys. I know they'll figure it out, and I think it'll be fine. Fingers crossed, but we had some good speed in that one. Definitely felt a lot better to start up front and get away from the battling, but I have faith in my guys, and I know they'll get it done.
Thank you, James. I'm going to send it over to Caleb now.
Got a lot of work going on here, and from what I can see, it looks like it's going to be an axle change here for Alessandro Tullio. Ale, we'll talk to you real quick on this as well, right? Everything's looking like an axle change for you. Tell me about it.
What was the question, sir?
Just work going on in your kart. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I'm just, I don't know, that race was tough. A lot of contact and stuff, but I'm just going to roll the dice here with a change and see if it works. Even though the race is probably going to be quite hectic, so I don't know if it's going to really affect anything, but yeah, I'm missing a little bit to my feel, so let's see.
So is this a setup change or is this a damage change? What is it?
It's a setup change. Setup change, and yeah, not going to say much because there's still quite a lot of time. So.
And a lot of OTKs on the grid as well, so I'll leave you to it. Thank you, Ale. And again, so by all means, it looks like it's going to be a setup change on the rear axle, whether it's a softer, whether it's stiffer. We don't know. We're not going to know. Again, and they're going to get to work, Xander. But I'm curious to hear from you on this side. This is a big change to go in as that huge swing and setup to change an axle.
Well, it's already been proven, at least right tonight, Peyton. You can do it in between the sessions. We've seen it. We're getting the bent axles out, not one but two different entries tonight. Yeah, I mean, at that point, Peyton here, I mean, talk about what the track was like today and then under the night conditions from Thursday as it goes from morning to the heat in the afternoon and then now here.
Yeah, of course, running a different layout today, the track got a bit greasy towards the end of the day, but when the sun comes down, it picks up a bit of grip. It's a very, very nice track when the sun's down, but of course, the racing's a bit different than that for this. Yeah, I think it's correct to make a change. If you feel it, if you truly believe in the change that you're going to make, then it should make a big difference, especially for a guy who's been dominating the X30 class this weekend. So
I got to think that, with the concrete patch and how much speed they're trying to roll through 5, they're probably going harder or maybe shorter, right? I mean, to try and free it up or get that tire to lift a little bit or go all the way the opposite way. I mean, the spectrum of where you normally go, right, is harder as you've got too much grip in the rear and you're gripping through the whole corner. But then at a certain point, you almost like flip the logic on its head sometimes.
Yeah, it's, every once in a while, just trying something completely out of left field does work, especially around a track like this. A lot of people have been here, a lot of people have tried stuff, but there's still stuff that people haven't tried, and we don't know how it will work yet. And maybe that's what they're trying right now.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about the axles, I think you can walk down as much as Caleb was mentioning that, maybe you don't want to give your secret away with this much time on the clock for someone else to do the same. You can walk down this grid here in a moment, and you'll see different axles on about probably 5 different choices for the OTK machines. One OTK driver in particular is now standing by with Caleb. David Vermaele. Let's go to Gus Lawrence for his thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. Here with Gus Lawrence. Like they're making a front-end adjustment to your kart. Just before we get into that, talk about the racing out there, quite hectic.
Very hectic. It's damage limitation. You just need to pick your time right and capitalise on other people's crashes and mistakes. So obviously it's worked out well for me. I'm starting first, so it's a long race. We'll see how we go.
We'll talk about the change here, right? This is the change. Joni looks like a couple of the other mechanics making the setup changes. Feel like you need a little bit more?
No, I just give the feedback and they're doing it off their own back. I said to them, these two this evening, just you do it. I'm just going to drive, and it's gone okay so far, so we'll see.
And again, to add a little bit of confidence to that, these guys have been at it for many years. Ryan won this last year, so they kind of, how are you feeling headed into this main event, right? $5,000 on the line for you guys.
Yeah, the money's the money. I'm not thinking about the money. I just want to win the race. But it's, again, you need to get around the first few laps and see how it plays out and see how the raw speed is. 20 laps is a long time to defend for. You just need to be fast, really. So, yeah.
We'll see. Best of luck, Gus.
Double the distance.
I've got Ollie Hodgson here with me. Ollie, that was a rough one for you. You had an incident there. Tell us about that one.
Yeah, upset with that one because I think we had a good car under us and we could have had a good grid stop for the final. However, yeah, car in front of me chopped down to try to stop us coming. Car behind was committed to going with me, and the real thing that bust the deal was the nose cone split and went straight underneath the front of the car there. So, yeah.
We saw you kick it out. Aside from that, how do you feel like the race went? Were you able to charge back?
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, and he had to kick the nose from being underneath the front of the car, not the pushback blocks there. But it was, yeah, other than that, good. I just tried to go around and just see if we could pick up any other spots out there without killing the tires. So, yeah, we're going to have a rough grid spot now, but we'll see what we can do.
Are you still ready for the main? Are you ready to push?
Yep, we're ready.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Six minutes.
action all around. Check this out here. Describe a little bit of what's going on here, Peyton. What's the idea behind this change and what we're seeing on our screen right now for Stephen Miller?
Well, right now we also don't know what axle's in it, but clearly he wants to cut one. Of course, it will make it, in theory, jack a bit more to the center of the corner. I have faith. He has Hans on the wrenches right now. You know, I've had Hans on my wrenches. It's a very, very good mechanic. Nice hair on him.
Yeah, and so again, going through that change, right, what he's got there is an extra little bearing to throw to get the exact measurement of how much he wants to cut down to the millimeter. We talked about the frame difference. If you're off by 5 mil on the axle left to right, that's another big change that'll start to throw off the go-kart balance through the different corners.
Of course, it's everything in this sport has to be so precise if you want to go fast. The axle, the front end, everything has to be on point. Else you'll go backwards at the end of the day.
Well, Stephen Miller, through the chaos, he's actually been able to end up decent. He had a 16th in the second heat. He had an 11th in the first heat, just enough to make the top 15. And the driver standing now with Haley.
Stephen, you were able to just make the top 15. You're making a pretty crazy change out on this one. Tell us about that.
We're just cutting the axle right now. I pushed a lot everywhere, and I really couldn't get the cart rotated at all. So I guess we're going to give it our all. I'm not happy with how the cart's performing right now, so hopefully we can get it in its sweet spot.
Are you thinking that this change is going to be the right one to make it right for you?
I hope so. I mean, it seems like it's going to work, so let's hope.
Aside from that second heat, the theme of that was very much so elbows out, all-out brawl. Are you thinking that theme is going to carry over to this main?
I mean, who knows? I mean, it depends on how all the drivers want to race each other. It's really chaotic right now, so I mean, I guess I'm going to try to keep that driving style. Maybe I got to be more aggressive to get up top, so I'm going to push.
Thank you, Stephen.
Of course.
Alrighty, guys, well, real quick, while we got it in my hand here, this is the provisional grid, so nothing is official yet, but this is by the calculations that the IAME Grand National team has done, and this is all provisional, again, but it's Gus Lawrence starting on the pole position alongside Chase Gassiet-Lee. Paulie Massimino, Austin Garrison are going to share row number 2, then you go to ADT, Caleb Gaffera on row number 3. Row 4 is going to have Davin Roberts and Dalton Haynes. Oliver Hodgson, James Overbeck going to be on row number 5. You go back to Caden McQueen, Naomi Garcia, the fan vote winner, working her way into the main event here. Frankie Mossman, Stephen Miller, and Ryan Rafa sneaks in 15th. And this is all provisional, and I know there's another copy perhaps working its way down here, again, looking. So as it stands right now, Zachary Clayman DeMello would be out of this main event. This is all provisional. This is all, again, just not completely sure at the moment, but they're still all doing the math, making sure everything is right. And again, all 3 of the SCR drivers would be in, just in different positions, and they're all still debriefing with IAME officials. We'll listen in.
Yeah, here, Naomi, that was a very impressive race out of you. You were able to keep it up front. Tell us about those last couple laps and what it looked like.
When Frankie passed me, I tried to stay with him, but I gave it all I had, and this race I'm just going to try and do my best. So.
And speaking of Frankie, were you expecting him to maybe wait up for you a little bit, wait to push up?
No, not really. He drove his own race, I drove mine, and yeah, I respect that.
I believe that you've made the final, but it's still all provisional. What's your plan for it?
To just try my best and give it my all.
Thank you, Naomi.
Thank you.
Just got word that the starting lineup is indeed official as we see it. So while it does show 20, we'll chop off the bottom 5. It'll remove, unfortunately, Hayden Jones, Blake Nash, Zachary Clayman DeMello, Jacob Kolar, and Finnegan Bailiff will sadly have their nights end right before the big money showdown. And the points tally just enough for Ryan Rafa to sneak in over Hayden Jones, a multi-time race winner, ZCD, our most recent race winner in KA Senior, and put on an impressive drive to work his way up the board in Heat 1, only to again go off the racetrack into the wet grass here in Heat 2 and just couldn't quite recover. But for Gus Lawrence, he said, and that's the benefit of really having a lot of faith in your team. He's like, I'm just going to go out and drive it. They can do what they want. I'll tell them what I thought. they can tell, they can debate amongst themselves what they saw, what they think, what they hear from me, and I'll just go drive the thing.
Yeah, like RPG has dominated X30 Senior over the last how many years now? I think I would trust him in my life.
Yeah,
maybe not as much as Ryan Perry, of course, or Trevor McAllister, but as you see Davin Roberts right there.
Well, you got different reasons for not trusting those two guys.
Yeah.
No, but in all seriousness, what a night here. What a send-off we're getting ready to have for the X30 Pro MG Tires Shootout with 5 less drivers and 10 extra laps, double the distance. You would think that the opening couple laps, while it'll be pretty chaotic, I think, until it does split somewhere, that maybe the middle of the race draws out, especially if you do get a new driver in the lead that's fast. But
in time.
all right, so here, we were just waiting to get a little bit of confirmation. The last couple seconds coming together for Alessandro Tullio. This is just the last thing you want to have happen, trying to get the chain guard to stay on. He needs one more wrench to be able to tighten a 10 mil. Anyone got a 10 around the pits? There's got to be at least one. And is that the clock? Is that it? No more work. And now I think we got more that are looking at the same. No more adjustments allowed. This is crazy. This is wild here. Glad we're not any of them there. They're gonna. Oh man, this is chaos again, and unfortunate that we've got not one but two potentially that went over the 10 minutes. Right on it.
Oh, Gus Lawrence didn't start. Gus Lawrence hasn't started. They're getting the external starter here for Gus Lawrence here. Apologies. Looks like he is able to get started now. That was, I'm having to catch my breath here. Ben Cooper got it. But again, just a quick update here as we're all catching our breaths. Nerves are high for us even working on this side. There's more commotion down here. But again, the incident that was going on, ADT was still working on that cart. They were looking to tighten up that rear sprocket guard. That is loose at the moment. Only hand tighten at the moment for ADT. And the issue was, it looks like the Hotes guys, there was a guy, I guess, a team member with hands on Gafero's cart. So all types of crazy down here. And that's what happens when you're racing for $5,000 here, Xander.
Everyone trying to make those last second changes count. We've shown you the lineup. Let's listen on in to the engine sounds here as they try to tune them up one more time before we take the green. Gus Lawrence and senior rookie Chase Gassiet-Lee trying to get some last bit of heat into the MG tires, the IAME X30 power plants for 20 laps and a chance at $5,000. Let's take a look down at turn number 4 here. Peyton, final thoughts as we begin to form them up.
This could either be a terrible race or an absolutely ecstatic race. I don't think there's any in between right here. You have Britt on pole. You have Chase Gassiet-Lee, a rookie in the X30 Senior field this year. You know he's going to want that 5K on the line. And then look at the rest of the field. It's absolutely stacked here tonight.
Yeah, we've got the best of the best. And the all-star event of the year, the must-see 20 laps of the weekend are about to get underway, folks. If you haven't found your place on the fence line, I don't know if you're going to get one. Here we go. 20 laps. Gus Lawrence and Chase Gassiet-Lee. For both of the drivers on our front row, it's their first ever shootout appearance at the IAME Grand National Championship. A former, now 3-time shootout winner and the winner of the inaugural X30 Shootout in Paulie Massimino on the inside of row 2. And he did it on this very layout. We haven't run it since. We're about to run it now. 20 laps, put them on the board. We're racing from North Carolina again. Big wide moment for Dalton Haynes. They get up to full song down the back straightaway. He'll go to the rear, and it's Gus Lawrence with the lead early. A great jump for the RPG Cosmic crew. and it's Gassiet Lee into second, trying to fend off Austin Garrison. He's got to be feeling the heat right now and the nerves. You heard from both Austin and Paulie, hoping the drivers would keep their heads on, that it's a long session and there is time. This is still going to be a big adjustment as well, and hard to think that way, right, when you're going back and forth and all the chaos right there before the start of the race, Peyton, that this is a totally different mentality that's required to win with double the distance and 25% less drivers on track.
Yeah, you can't put your mind all on the money right now. It is 20 laps around this track, which is quite long. As you see Chase Gassiet Lee, the tires just don't seem to be up to temperature. He's under heavy pressure right now from Paulie Massimino as we head into the tight stuff right here.
And he's defending, right? And he's going to back them all up. And if he's not careful, he'll have to deal with Paulie and a whole lot more in a moment. But it worked out for him there. He's bought himself a little bit of real estate. And if Paulie gets back up to him and he doesn't hurt it too bad in terms of any other movement, well, he might be able to follow and get some clean air again. But if he defends right here or in the next corner, Caleb Gaffera, ADT, and crew will be right back on his heels. 2 laps in the books. Gus Lawrence leads to Austin Garrison by just 0.3, and then it's Gassiet Lee, Massimino, Caleb Gaffera, Alessandro DiTullio, who has swept every other X30 session on the weekend, and then it's Oliver Hodgson, who nearly gets it stuffed down the inside by Caden McQueen. 3 down, 17 to go. Catch your breaths, everyone. It's just getting set to get going right now. And so far here, Peyton, no big movement across the board. Oliver Hodgson's up 2 from 9th to the 7th spot. Caden McQueen up a little bit. Obviously was out of sorts there trying to fend off the spots that he did pick up early. And if anything, the best news for everyone in the middle of the pack, as they can see the leaders up front, is they are tightening. We are gearing up for a fight for the lead in a moment as we see the fight here continue further back between Hodgson and McQueen. Give the 7th spot to the Velocity Sodi, and give a 1/10 of a second nod, or a 0.5 that time, the way of Austin Garrison. And the 329 is bearing down as they roll to turn 4.
Yeah, so we're about to see a race here between these two, and you know that keeps a lot of hope into the rest of the field. You know, you can be back there and everything can just be going bad. As you see a slide there from Gus Lawrence, surely Austin Garrison's going to fire one down the inside here, but Gus sees him coming, so he's going to block it off. Surely the rest of the pack's going to be seeing this and be licking their lips almost through the chicane we go here.
Yeah, this is going to be wild. 5 down, 15 to go. Gassiet Lee, he indeed, Peyton, definitely looks a lot stronger now with a couple clean laps to build some heat and clean those tires off. He's pulled away from Massimino, and he's pulling Massimino actually along with Gaffera and DiTullio up to the lead as Gaffera sends one down the inside of Paulie for 4th. And the lead is still under heavy pressure. Gus Lawrence trying to defend. Garrison had a nose, cut him a break there in turn 6. You won't see that on the last lap. And at this point, everyone's just got to hang on, keep your head cool, and try to find a way to pick the drivers in front of you apart. We're 3 in a line once again. Gus Lawrence trying to hold the field at bay as he covers low in 1. Here comes Garrison with a run up the hill. Gus will cover it. Watch the crossover. Big run coming for the 329 again. And again, the 318 covers low. Gassiet Lee trying to fill the gap on the inside. Nearly washes into Garrison through the bowl.
Yeah, this is absolutely static racing now. Surely this is going to end in contact somewhere. Either way you look at it, as you see Paulie Massimino almost sideways there. It's Caden McQueen down the inside once again. Oliver Hodgson, they're still squabbling in the back. You see Frankie Mossman on the outside.
Dalton Haynes. He crashed on the opening lap. He's into the mix now. Mossman and him side by side to the chicane. He had to give way to Frankie. Oliver Hodgson down the inside. That front bumper looks definitely a bit crushed in on the comp cart. And look at Gassiet Lee. Now he's got a big run towards the back of Garrison. Garrison will have to cover a bit into 4, and Gus Lawrence has bought himself just a car length. That's all it is for now, maybe 2 in the brake zone to turn 5, and the field continues to try and close.
Yeah, right now it's all about keeping it in front for Gus Lawrence, and why not? This 5K on the line. His Chase now has to defend from Caleb Gaffera, which is correctly right. He came to the field, he passed Paulie Massimino. He looked faster than both of them at the beginning of the race. Let's see if the Holtz DDT still has the pace as the race goes on.
That time by, Gus Lawrence started to begin to open things up. That was a 33.56. And so now, can Austin Garrison close back to him? There's DiTullio with a move to the inside of Massimino. Paulie starting to slip backwards and further away from the money spots on the podium. Chase Gassiet Lee's going to have company. Like you said, Gaffera's close. He could put heat on him again, but when the driver defends, once you get to him, now you know that they are on high alert, and you've got to get really creative to catch them off guard, catch them by surprise, right? Because you can't just go in the easy passing zones. Gus Lawrence, prime example. He'll be prepared once again if Garrison rolls up on him, and Austin will know that.
Yeah, and you know, also another thing, Hayden Jones was wrecked at the start of this race, and he's only 2.2 seconds off the lead now. He went by Caden McQueen that last lap. Marcelo and TB has that go-kart absolutely ripping right now. As you see Caleb Gaffar finally make the move on Chase Gassi and lead.
So that's for third. And again, like you said, Dalton Haynes up now into the top half of the field. And we're only at halfway. 10 down, 10 to go. Lawrence continues to cover for the lead. Garrison trapped behind him and not wanting yet to use the chrome horn, but with that much on the line, you got to think the thought's starting to creep into Austin Garrison's mind that if this guy is going to be the difference between me and a big payday, he said 5 bands would be pretty good. He almost got him there. Lawrence out of shape in turn 6. Big moment for Gus, and now Gaffara's got the inside on Garrison. He'll have to give way for second. And now the young man, Caleb G, with the hopes of the Holtz Driver Development Camp riding on his shoulders, becomes the first one up to the back bumper of the 318. Can he find a way by? He's raced this track since he was 5 years old. He knows every single inch of the asphalt. He's wrecked here, he's won here, he's podiumed here. He wants to win tonight. He's the next one to try and go to war with Gus Lawrence for the race lead as Gus continues to park it low. Contact further back to Tullio, now up to 4th. Backwards for Haynes to the outside of Massimino as he tries to fend off Hodgson, who feeds him a bit of a bumper with help from further back. It'll be 12 down, 8 to go. Caleb Gaffaro with a great shot at it. And that whole group, they have a bit of a gap now back to the 317.
Yeah, but anyone inside the top 10 I still think has a chance here. As you see Lawrence go to the bottom once again here. He knows the pace on that RPGs is not as fast as the drivers around him. He's not slow by any means. It's just not as fast as the two. Can he get down the inside? There's contact there. Shit. Oh, he gets the move done. He's
Caleb Gaffara to the lead. Lawrence back to 5th now. Garrison to 2nd. DeTulio's in the mix in 3rd. Paulie Massimino, a crossover as well. It won't get there to the chicane. And Gus now has to reset. He goes back on defense for a moment to try and cover. Caleb Gaffara's got the opportunity to try and break away. Is the speed still there? Or can the Speed Concepts machine behind him bring him charge? Nothing yet in 4 as Lawrence holds the field back there. That'll buy the top 4 some space. Into 2nd, DeTulio to the inside of Garrison. And the Rocket Racing Company crew comes to life. Is that chain guard gonna hold this to the end? Massimino to the inside, covering from Dalton now. Gus Lawrence back on the heels of the main pack. 6 to go. Caleb Gaffara looking to walk it off here at home.
Well, it seems Attila was right about the axle change. It's absolutely lit up that go-kart right now. That Rocket Racing is absolutely flying here on this Saturday night in Mooresville.
Austin Garrison close. Lawrence gets 1 spot back to the inside of Chase Gassi at lead there for 4th. And Austin Garrison's got to be frustrated with the way this race has played out. He's been 2nd fiddle or 3rd every single lap. He hasn't yet gotten clean air or clean racetrack. But he and DeTulio are tracking down Gaffara. And it's how big do you want to send it over the curbs in the last section? For DeTulio, it was enough. Half a tenth on Gaffara. Garrison a full tenth better. They are tightening up again. Right at the end, it's shades of 2021 in the inaugural shootout with a lead gap closing down. And 2nd and 3rd, Alessandro DeTulio, Austin Garrison trying to steal the money and the payday from Caleb G. Will they work together enough till they get there? Garrison's close into 8. He'll continue to put the faith behind the 320 for now. 4 to go at the line. Up and over the curb there. Gus Lawrence about a 2nd back. He shouldn't be a factor as they run. And that lap again, a 1/4 of a tenth the way of DeTulio. He is gaining. He didn't get the best exit out of 1 and 2 there, Peyton. Caleb Gaffara able to do a bit of a wider arc in 4, and it's not quite paying off. He didn't get the best run into 5. Any mistake right now for Caleb Gaffara with a massive payday, a massive purse, his first checkered flag with the Holtz crew since they put their full faith behind him in 2025. Can he bring it home? 3 to go. Here comes DeTulio and Garrison. They're 2 tenths away.
Yeah, and you know, Alessandro DeTulio is a man that we all know who will send it from a couple car lengths back. So as we go into the hairpin this lap, I think he's going to send it. I think he's close enough. Now, does Caleb know that he is close enough, even if he's only like 3 car lengths
back? He took a look there. He knows he's getting closer, and now the nerves are going to set in. The double sticks will come out this time by. It wasn't a good exit out of 6 and 7 for DeTulio that time. Austin Garrison waiting, playing this one out. Probably the best hand that he could play is to do what he's doing. Put his faith into DeTulio, push him up to Gaffara. Let's see if something happens. but there's only 2 laps left. Can Caleb G withstand the pressure? A car length and a half separates him from Alessandro DiTullio, who sends it deep on the brakes into 4, hugs the bottom and gets a good run over to 5. Garrison a little look, thought better of it there before they hit the concrete. And now they're close, right here, coming to the white flag. DiTullio, does he go for it? He does! Side by side, new leader, ADT leads with 1 lap to go.
Yeah, if there's one man you want to put that move on to make it, it's Alessandro DiTullio. Almost 3 car lengths back, he gets the job done, and he leads it up the hill on the last lap.
Final time, Gaffera puts the bumper to him. Caleb Gaffera brings the crowd back to their feet. Garrison to the inside for second. Here comes Gus Lawrence in third. Final time, turn 5, a bump and run in turn 3. Does Gaffera get the same treatment? Austin Garrison witnessed it through turn 6, turn 7, final time in, nothing he can do. Lawrence covers for third. Caleb Gaffera will win the MG Tires Shootout.
What a drive from Caleb Gaffera. He did everything he could to keep the gap, just unfortunately Alessandro DiTullio was just a little bit faster, so he kept coming back at him, but he drove a fantastic race.
Oh man, hopefully that pushback didn't deploy on the one moment of the race. Turn 3 up the hill with all of the race on the line, and a $5,000 move for Caleb G to score the win over Austin Garrison and Gus Lawrence, who snags that final podium spot after leading the first half of the race away from DiTullio. And I think Ale will not be pleased with that after the way he raced to get the lead. Let's go down to the scale lines now.
Hey, you hit the brakes, not me. That is the worst thing you've done, mate. Okay. That is the worst thing you've done. All y'all race like that, so I don't want to hear it. You swerved Garrison how many times? How many times? Yeah. Ask him, Austin, how many times did you swerve you? I passed you. Yeah, see, you think that's the race is fair. Normal, and you just sent you off the track. It's full of no fucking do this. Be in the Jersey race. You race cars as well. Disgrace. Are you going to hit someone with the front wheel? Huh?
Point high down here. And again, that happens when you're racing for $5,000. Caleb Gaffera, home race, provisionally. You are the X30 Shootout winner. How does it feel?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're going for everything out there. It's $5,000 to win, so we're going for the win. I mean, I don't care how I win. I mean, I won the race. I mean, you know, everybody's out there saying I drove dirty. Yeah, look at everyone swerving each other, and, you know, no one knows how to race clean, especially Gus here. He's swerving people. Ale, he was pretty clean, but then a couple times he got into it with some people. I mean, you can ask Austin, too. I mean, he'll tell you that Gus was getting into him, so.
Yeah, we'll change it up. Your first win with the Hoach driver development, right? How does it mean to bring one home for Josh?
I love it. It was awesome, and I can't thank the boys enough. Cameron, Josh, Cole, everybody helped me out. Chris, let's get it tomorrow.
There you go. And a chance for more drivers to speak here. Gus, obviously not happy here. Just tell me about it.
No, I was playing a defensive race, fair and square. Not swerving, covering the right point inside and on the exit of the corner to, unfortunately, get smashed off the track. Obviously, he never had a nose cone, but he had a nose cone in the first one, so it's obviously summing something up. And, yeah, he obviously done DiTullio, fair and square, overtook, great move, fantastic move, actually, and then hit him off the track. That's how you want to race, mate. No one forgets that.
Thank you, Gus, and we'll speak to Ali as well while we have a moment. Ali, I know you're obviously not happy here, but you had a good move there in turn 8. Just tell me about the race. Sum it up as best as you can.
Yeah, some people don't know how to defend clearly, and since they're mad at that, they go and just punt you off the track. But that's karting. I mean, I'm sure he wouldn't. Yet.
Thank you, Ali. And again, just to recap what he said, he about car racing. Again, the two of them racing over in the USF side of things, just saying Caleb wouldn't do that in a car while. We lost audio there for a second. But nonetheless, we'll stay with them as they roll through scales.
Let's go! Get it! Hey, guys! Move over so people can get through. Move! Hey, everybody move! It's not that hard. There's a giant motorplex. Yeah! Back up. I told you, bro. Yes, sir. Let's go!
Way to go. Nice job.
go.
Congrats. So awesome.
Oh, they always
Somebody's always
Nice shot, Don.
I'm going to get here, so just give me 5.
That he is.
Oh, I'm so proud of you.
Oh.
Beanie. Caleb. Good job, baby. Well done. Congrats.
Hey, Cam's word of encouragement when we went out. Bro, Chase Jones. Take it easy the first Chase Jones, baby. Take it easy, let it come in.
Here with Austin Garrison. Again, you heard you were part of that. Just finished second there. Tell me about the race.
Haters go, haters go. We're going to be hard. Me and guys had a pretty good gap at one point in time, but, you know, I think
We're going to get better range here. Sorry about that, Austin. There's a lot of people here. Apologies. Kyle, I'm going to move you over here to this side. Austin, I'm going to bring you over here with me. Apologies again. Just from the top, right? Just talk about that race.
from the top.
Yeah, sorry.
All right. I knew it was not going to be an easy race to go and win. The prior races, I was super fast, one of the fastest go-karts on the racetrack, and I think people knew that if I were to get out in front and got some clean air, that I would probably end up pulling away and winning. But I know it's a crapshoot when you're having all this money on the line. But you know, we started blocking. Everybody came, you know, in a big bunch, and then we got to just defend the last couple of laps. But I ended up panning out, finishing second. You know, anybody in that top five could have won. But you know, I was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. But we gave it all we got. So.
And this is kind of the best performance you've had in shootout history for you. You know, your second one. How would you sum it up? Right, yesterday bad luck. Today still coming away with some money.
Yeah, I think I finished second last year, 2 years ago.
There you go.
Just when it was raining. But yeah, a little bit of bad luck yesterday. For sure, would have liked to walk away with some money. Mike's view definitely would have liked that, but we walked away with some money today. So you know, hats off for the whole team. They had a really great piece. Bad luck yesterday, but today our luck kind of turned around.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
$2,000 for Austin Garrison. And, again, all results provisional with Caleb Gaffaro for the 5K payday and $1,000 to P3. And sadly, as things stand, or at least as they cross the line with, I'm sure, a whole lot of debate, Alessandro DiTullio just outside the money line there, P4. More importantly, that big win on the line under the lights with everybody watching. And you'll see, I'm sure, probably a lot of split opinions on that move to make it. But for Caleb Gaffaro, he's like, look, man, we're racing for the win. And that's a driver right there that wants to keep on racing and has the fight in him. Another crazy night and, well, a flip of the script from last night in the senior main with a runaway for Paulie Massimino. Like Austin said, it looked like it definitely looked like he had a fast piece and maybe one of the fastest. But what matters most is the kart that finishes first and the owner of that go-kart standing by with Caleb.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, it's been a long time coming, right? And despite all the controversy, despite everything, your boys finally got you on. How does it feel, Josh?
It feels amazing. Caleb drove a great race. We took it easy at the beginning a little bit and finally let the kart come in and just made great move after great move. And the pace was there, so it was easy to watch because he just drove his race and the pieces fell into place.
And again, you've invested a lot into this program this year to that driver especially. You know, how satisfying is this for you?
It feels really good. I know that week in and week out we have a piece to win just about every race, and to finally see it pay off is really special. I can't thank Caleb and his family enough for coming on board and just giving it their all every single weekend, and more to come.
There you go. Congrats, Josh. Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you.
That'll make the weekend a little easier right now. 5K to the bank for Josh Holtz and Holtz Driver Development. But the developments continue here as everyone starts to break down the footage from the end of the main. What a move, though, it was for Alessandro DiTullio to get the lead, coming to the white flag. Incredible. We thought it was going. Peyton called it perfectly. He said if there's any driver to make a send that brings the crowd to your feet, it'd be Alessandro DiTullio, and he had a heck of a send in that to get the lead and catch Caleb by surprise. And to navigate the field the way that Ale did was incredible to watch. And a fourth result here doesn't tell the whole story. Let's see if we can't run you back with it with this Coastal Link Printing official recap of the night's action. And most importantly here, the main event down to the Big 15. Dalton Haynes first to kind of go potentially to the wayside with the big moment off the start, but instantly Gus Lawrence seemed vulnerable, and he felt it as he defended low on the opening couple of circuits as Austin Garrison was continuing to pressure him, and it all nearly went completely wrong for Gus there with a mega save headed into turn number 6. The contact continued further on. There you saw Dalton Haynes and Oliver Hodgson getting into it a bit at the end of the hairpin, and then here Caleb Gaffera able to find a way past Gus Lawrence to get to the lead early in the closing laps, or at least get a bit of a gap, the bigger one of the night. And then right there, the two big moves that decided the race win. Gaffera losing the lead on the last lap, and then boom, the reaction from the fence line as the team rose to the chairs with Caleb Gaffera coming away with the big time win here for Hoach Driver Development. And you got one side pumped up and another obviously a bit frustrated with the outcome. But that's what it is. The emotions run high, the pressure runs high. And what a look down here as Alessandro DiTullio has even already got his onboard footage back to take a look at the breakdown of the main. And we've got a lot more to cover in the closing bits here tonight.
It's like a hurricane, this camera. Wobbling on that thing. You fucking know. Take off the dampener. I don't know.
Kart Tracer, they've done me. I used Kart Tracer at the last USP pit.
Check Kart Tracer, yeah.
They obviously will be filming like at the front.
This is too difficult. Yeah. It's like a category 5 hurricane.
We might have
yeah.
blood everywhere.
What a great bit of insight there as, again, trying to look at all angles and play it all back. It happens in a hurry. And that's just the way that these shootouts play out. It'll be a regular day of action tomorrow with main events on tap, warm-ups in the morning at 10 a.m. And then right after that, straight into the big payoff for all 6 divisions here at the IAME Grand National Championship in Mooresville, North Carolina. Saturday night, short track action here with this year's layout. And it came down to the wire in a barn burner finish for X30 Pro. Still reliving every bit of the final few moments, I'm sure, over in the Rocket Racing Company pit and trying to get a better look at it from our view, from their view. This is like
yeah, and I have my video of me being on the brake.
KC Inception right here.
Yeah, they go with you. You want to go? Yeah, where's my Kevin told me the wrong number. What do I protest?
Where's your SD card?
I have it.
Well, obviously, this night's not done. We're going to bring you more and the podium ceremonies from tonight as well. So stay tuned for the final verdict and final word from all of our top finishers. We'll be back after this here with more from Trackhouse Motorplex with the IAME Grand National Championship, day number 2 of 3. A big day of action tomorrow. The on-track activity closed up for now. We'll see you on the other side of this quick break.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrackracing.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Welcome back to the IAME Grands 2025 post-race show, joined alongside Caleb Vieska. My name's Kyle Cuthbertson. What a night. What a show. Pretty much everything that we said in the pre-race came true, minus our picks. Our picks didn't do very well. But yeah, I mean, controversy, tight racing, absolutely putting everything on the line for $5 grand. Walk us through it, Caleb.
It was just, to kind of start things off here before we get into the actual racing action, there was just something else in the air tonight, right? Xander is going to be joining us later on tonight for you guys here, just watching on with us tonight on the post-race show. But just something different, right, Kyle? And I was phoning in to our very own Riley Cannon. I was telling him it just feels different tonight. There's something about tonight that just feels completely different than what I have felt in my last 2 years of being a part of this shootout. And again, the nerves were very high, the tension was high, tempers were flaring. We saw it, right? I mean, hectic to kind of even get going before this all kind of got going, right? ADT, you talk about Cameron Weinberg looking to get going, but just very hectic, very chaotic from start to finish. And again, it's almost goosebumps, right? Talking about everything that we saw, and it was unforgettable, if you will. Nate Golstead said it yesterday in his interview, but it was unforgettable for us, unforgettable for those of you at home as well watching on. It's just, it's definitely something to forget as Xander joins us now here in the booth. But again, he was on the call. He saw it all. I haven't seen it, everything. I was on the fence line kind of watching it. Kyle, you were with me as well. But yeah, to kind of recap it, it was just high tension, high stakes, right, when you're racing for $5,000.
Yeah, it was unforgettable. And Xander, to just put you on the spot, out of the $5 grand we've had, we've been together for, Where's this one rank?
Oh, man. Yeah, I think Caleb's right. I think obviously the drama at the end, right, to have a finish the way that it did makes the feeling a little bit like, kind of on edge. But that said, to this point, without a doubt, the kids' shootouts have been on another level from what we've seen before. I think the weather's been amazing. Even as we lose the track lights here, and you can see everybody's ready to move on to the next day. I've been really happy with what we've seen on track in the regular parts of the weekend. The shootouts are always a bit crazy, and I think having as many drivers as you have on the racetrack, combined with shorter laps and combined with a short track, you're just kind of asking for the intensity to be at another level. There wasn't, last night up until you started seeing run-ins, everybody had smiles on their face, and it was kind of the shootouts that we've seen in years past where there was a shrug. And at times you see those shootouts where, drivers are almost losing hope. Hell, Paulie in the first year said the motor was expletive, and then went out and won the dang thing. But tonight, still a ton of fun to watch. The weekend's been incredible. The turnout's been good. The fields have been stacked. So I rank this one pretty high up. And while it's nice being out here tonight, I'm happy that we're not working outside anymore. So on that alone, for me personally, this year's our best foot forward for sure. And getting to kind of debrief and run it all back here a little bit to close out the show before we get to the podiums is another cool touch. So from our end, we've had a ton of fun covering this year. I've enjoyed it the most so far. It's been more work than before. But yeah, I think overall on the weekend, it's been as good as it's ever been, if not on a whole other level better, on a myriad of factors.
Yeah, it's funny when you mentioned Paulie's comment before the inaugural Grands. We actually got something. I heard something that we didn't get on camera. I remember. So if you remember in the first heat, Caleb Gaffera had a pushed-in bumper, and they were in scales. And Weinberg asked me, he's like, "Oh, is that a full-blown?" I was like, "I don't know. I didn't look." And he looks at Gaffera. He asks him if it was full-on. Gaffera just goes, and then Weinberg's immediate reaction was, "Well, put it back in the tent. We're done. Get it out of here." And then he goes on to win the whole thing. So it just speaks volumes to the IAME Grands and the shootout of just you don't know what to expect even when you think you do.
Yeah, and I think that, even though it's supposed to be, again, the cream rising to the top based on the pill pick heats for the point gridded main, truthfully, you don't really know if you have a shot at it until about the second lap's kind of done, because it's however those starts shake out. We've seen plenty of guys start at the front. DeMello was second, right, in that second heat race into the grass by lap 2, game over, right, and then didn't even get to transfer into the top 15 to race tonight. One move different, one opening lap kind of change, and all of a sudden it's night and day. So we're getting the official word as podiums are clearing and tech is clearing. Caleb Gaffera's win has been confirmed, and I wasn't expecting kind of anything different from that. I think that race, as on the limit as it was, if you're going to call that bump and run, you got to go back through about probably 20 other movements that we caught on our cameras and probably another 40 that were off cam. So that puts the official podium pretty much as they finished. Caleb Gaffera, your winner. Second to a close run for Austin Garrison and in the money. And then Gus Lawrence third. So we'll have those three on the podium later on. But, yeah, I mean, it's just every year's different. Every shootout ends up playing out different. Last night, in years past, KA Senior has almost always been a barn burner to the final corner, if not the final lap or two. There was only 1 year of the 4 previous iterations where we didn't have that, and it was because they kind of got tripped up with about 2 turns to go, or 2 laps to go, sorry, in the chicane alternate layout. It was the same layout they ran last night with a bus stop chicane that took them back out to turn 4. Every other year, KA Senior has been to the wire. And then last night we get a flag-to-flag race. X30's had a mixed bag now. Had a crazy one in year 1. We've had some close calls in other years. In other years, we've just had a runaway. So, yeah, you have an unexpected race because only X amount of the good guys, no matter where they lined up on the grid, ended up with a real shot by lap 2. And that's why you hear the drivers always say, well, just get through the start, right? I mean, that's the truth of it. You don't even know how to play the race until you get to see where you're at the end of lap 2, lap 3.
I mean, Xander hit it on the money, right? It's just, you know, I was kind of watching the start of that race, and you really don't know who's going to win, even watching from the fence line. It's, you know, Garrison looked fast, Gus Lawrence looked fast for the start, and then the end, it kind of turned around. But those are all real guys within a shot, and again, it all progresses. We saw it for the junior races as well, right? It kind of changes as that race goes on, and more drivers get themselves into the mix. We saw with Dalton, right, off the track, got himself back into the mix. So it's just, it's a little bit different when you look at those shootout layouts, Kyle.
The race at
X30
X30 to me was like a perfect example of what happened in Mini, right? It could have been Gus and Garrison going away if Gus had the confidence that he could stick with them. But he obviously didn't. He felt like the better play was to defend, and that brought everyone into it. If Liam or Maxwell trusted each other in Mini, both of those two could have made it a mano-a-mano fight. Instead, neither one of them ended up winning the race. So same thing, like, you know, just like you're saying, Caleb, these races are, for the most part, you kind of have an idea if you're in the hunt off the first couple laps. And again, like you said with Dalton, it may be beyond the start. You might be out in the start and still in it.
Yeah, so let's break down the race a bit. So, like you said, Gus Lawrence kind of, you know, definitely felt like he couldn't run away with Garrison as he started defending, and you know, so many close calls throughout the race. At the end, hurt feelings between Ale and Gus Lawrence and Caleb Gaffera. You know, walk me through that. What do you think? Because obviously we're racing for $5,000. There's no points in the line. It doesn't affect tomorrow. You know, so talk me through your thoughts on it all, and you know, do you think this is going to carry through into tomorrow?
I mean, racing drivers never forget. They might forgive, they might be buddy-buddy, but they're never going to forget moments like that, and even moments that we don't capture as to why they race each other the way that they do. So I think that all goes into the bag for tomorrow. Might be a little bit tougher in Caleb's case if he has to race Ale for the win than had the main event tonight gone differently. But to be honest, you know, I feel like every year we've covered the sport with this 15-weekend kind of national run and a myriad of regional and club events in between. There seems to be kind of one ongoing storyline or debate on the year in terms of what we're seeing on track. You know, there was a period where the side-to-side swerves were really big, and now the officials across the board of all three big series have cracked down tremendously hard on that. We've seen black flags come out. We didn't see that really all that often in the first couple of years. We'd see that sporadically, but for a single moment. I mean, Adrian Rennerden got DQ'd out of a heat and then argued it, got DQ'd for the day. Separate from the black flag, but point being, even you heard other drivers saying, I don't think that was that bad, right? So, okay, whip's been cracked, and now that's kind of been eradicated. And now, you know, you have what's been going on all year, right? A lot of defensive driving, and yet you put enough of that lap after lap with enough on the line, money aside of a shootout race, right? Championships, just winning for a team can do so much for their business that these drivers are forced to make a decision, because a guy like Gus, multi-time British national champ, already a winner here, he's not going to make a mistake defending, especially if he's already done it in that corner a lap prior. He's going to hit the same mark, and you're not going to be able to get around him. So what do you do if you're Caleb, right? Obviously, with this on the line and nothing else to lose, you go for it, and you put it in the eye of the officials, say, well, I think that was clean enough. But that's the topic this year. And you know, looking at our social media comments after the KA shootout, Connor De Filippi, right? North Carolina-based factory sports car driver for many years. He's been a mentor for Aiden Levy in particular, but a number of other drivers at the kart track. Supernats champion, multi-time Supernats champion, going, man, I'm so tired of seeing this reactive defensive driving, right? Because in car racing, the reaction is simply based on the car behind because you have mirrors. And here, you're allowed to turn your head, and if you get down low before the guy gets low, it's all good. And he's like, dude, I hate this. Like, you know, and then or veterans comment on the post, yeah, someone's got to ship some guy. Well, defensive driving last lap, they shipped the guy. I think the code is varied between the drivers of what's okay and what's not okay at different points in the race and at different styles. You heard it from Caleb, right? He's like, dude, Gus is going side to side with everybody. Yeah, okay, Ellie drove me clean, but I've seen him get out into others. You know, that's not that bad. And then in Gus and Ale's point of view, they're like, dude, we were all good. That move front to rear, not okay. So how you kind of course correct more of a cultural thing. I mean, the cultural thing was the swerving down the straight, so maybe you do penalties for it. But for me personally, watching the races, wanting passing, I'm not the biggest fan of the fact that our sports gravitated towards defense. And a part of that has been the pushback bumper system that cleaned up the starts I got a pushback on the first ever. I was part of the first ever race when they debuted it here years ago. I know I'm old. Getting there.
Very old.
Okay. But it cleaned it up. We were all really timid. Now they know how to work them better. But still, you're worried about basically turning yourself into the goon of the race by being the one that has to bludgeon the defending driver that's kind of mucking up the race, and it destroys yours too. Or having a penalty not being allowed to do that. But should you be allowed to do that on the last lap? You talk to the guys that are racing up at the front. The shifter guys talked about it at Summer Nats. It's been a story all year. I'm 50-50. I think every incident's so different.
Yeah.
But I do think there's this year's underlying storyline is that defense versus moving a guy up one lane to counteract the defense. Because what else could Caleb have done?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, you're talking a lot about this year and this season as a whole. I think, is there a different code to a race like this when you have money on the line with nothing else?
I mean, you can make the argument that there is, and I think you kind of see that in the drivers' faces after they experience it. There's a bit more of a shrug if it doesn't go good, and happy if they win it. Where they're not really, they're having a higher tolerance for what would maybe be unacceptable in a regular season race or a championship. But I mean, if you took that moment from the scale line of Ale and Gus, and you said that was for a USPKS title, a SCUSA title, a Super Nats win, I mean, it would look the same. I don't think the reactions would have been any different. So, like, for a driver, you go into every race, and I think they're almost, maybe it should be different, or maybe it should be accepted a little bit. And obviously, you heard from Caden, right? Full pushbacks are the only ones that are going to be a pushback in this race. So the officials saying it is different. It doesn't seem like for some of the field they're either okay with it or have come to terms with it, I guess. Like, I don't know. I haven't been in one of these races really to tell you, like, to come away from it and with all the nerves and emotion that goes from the quickness that it should be different. I don't know if I really have, like, a say either. I mean, what do you think? Do you feel from your way of looking at it like they should look at this and treat it different and kind of put it in its own category?
Look, I mean, I've seen a lot of these races on a lot of different, types of series cars, IndyCar. Like, NASCAR is a great example of a race like this. IndyCar doesn't really have anything.
I mean, compare the Indy 500, right? This isn't
no,
the same
that's
level,
a points event. You can't put that in this. No, that's a comparison to Super Nats. Nowhere near the same. NASCAR's All-Star race is a good example. The Snowball Derby, I guess, kind of toes the line in a way, right? It's not part of a Cars Tour or any other major late model championship, but it's also still like their big one. We've seen, bump and run for the Chili Bowl, right?
Yeah.
Christopher Bell moved Kyle Larson all the way, but that's also a form of racing where that's more accepted and more kind of part of the norm. It's not obviously nearly as accepted in other parts of the world. The other parts of the world, especially in the European racing, that's where more of the swerving initially felt like it came from, but I'd argue you'd see a lot of South American events, and it's the same or more. But the European racing is all about defense, all about it, all about qualifying and then defend. And nothing else is all right. Side to side's okay. Send it, you crash, that's okay. No front to rear. NASCAR's the only one that's probably a decent comparison.
I mean, Ollie's comment specifically in the scales was you race cars too, and you wouldn't make that move in cars. But I think, like you said, it's completely different. It's a little bit less defensive, and you physically can't bump and run someone with a front wing, which was his point. I mean, I don't know. I think I've seen a lot of these races in a lot of different series, and I think if the officials are actually saying a half pushback doesn't count, I think it's a little bit more acceptable. I mean, I think he might have to pay for it tomorrow when there's more money on the line, but he's already got $5,000.
I would really agree with you here, Kyle, because again the comments made by the officials, again, given that half pushback isn't a full pushback, they're treating it differently, right? So the drivers are obviously going to do the same when it comes down to the racing, and that's the biggest point of it all, where that's, I think, where it stemmed out, where the drivers knew. Gus, the first thing whenever we were down on grid, that's the first thing he brought up to me. He was like, wow, it's kind of crazy, right? This race is being treated differently because we're racing $5,000. That the pushback system is going to be different. It's not going to be a pushback if you only get half of it. So, and to answer your point, Xander, I think it was treated differently tonight when you are racing for that money.
Oh,
and
no,
I think it's the
there's
first
no
year
doubt.
we've seen that, right? To my knowledge.
I mean, no doubt that it's treated differently, and it's been that way every year, right? There's been penalties where things are egregious, but they have given more leeway. So that part's true. The pushback, I'd have to go back and check, and it's never really been nearly as much of a talking point as tonight or last night because these were very tight and racy layouts with bigger fields. We ran this race on this layout in 21. We had a smaller grid. It spread out a little more because the fast guy got to the lead around the middle of the race. But I think that the biggest other point that we haven't even touched on yet, this was Ale and Gus's first time in the moment of racing for a win in one of these. It was Caleb's realistically too, but I think if, let's say, you put Austin Garrison last lap in Ale's shoes and he gets rooted out of the way like that, or you put Norberg in the way and he gets rooted out of the way like that, I think both of those guys aren't as fired up in the scale line about it, because I think for both of them, for one, they've obviously got a ton of accolades, but they already are like, hey, I've been here before. I know how these races go. I know this is different, and they kind of take it with a different light. You had three drivers that had not really been in this scenario of this situation before, and I think that's also probably why the reaction is different. Maybe that's why the culture felt different coming off the track. Because, I mean, dude, like you think about that 2021 race, right, when Connor and Ryan collide, and like both of them, Connor walked off, he was frustrated, but like it was whatever. Ryan kind of same thing, and then even Brandon and Paulie in that year were like, hey, you know, this is what it is. Braden the same, you know, from 21. So there wasn't that kind of shrug if they lost it.
Yeah, it's just different for the new drivers that find themselves within a shot, right? For Gus, has a chance for it to be one of the biggest paydays of his career. I'd be just as mad as he was. I'd be just as mad as Ale was as well, right? I mean, he comes back this weekend to run with Rocket Racing Company. Fell short, right? Incident with Gus, and the two of them on the same page here this weekend. So I'd be just as mad as they were if I was out there. And again, just tensions run high. I said it, right? Just different when you have everybody just watching you, all eyes on you. And there was just something different about tonight and something different for Gus and for Ale. I'd be just as frustrated as them. I can't blame them.
We could talk about, you know, you got something?
No, you got it.
We could talk about this all
Taking a
night.
breath.
We could talk about, you know, clean racing, you know, dirty racing. We can have this debate all night. I want to shine a light on some good runs I saw tonight. Dalton Haynes works his way back up to P5, I believe, after spinning on the first corner. And also Chase Gassier-Lee, man. He was P3, P4
I thought he drove
run.
smart, too. I was worried watching that and him defending in the first couple laps to Austin going, oh, man, like, is he going to be worried the whole race and defending every lap? And that would just frustrate everyone behind. And that could also hurt him for tomorrow. Once he got a little gap, went to the normal line, the speed was good. I thought he drove really smart. And, I mean, that was around a lot of chaos. I agree.
I mean, a driver, Chase Gassier-Lee in his first year, being in that position in the shootout, P3, you know, I can't imagine what he was feeling there.
I mean, we talked about it pre-show, right, whenever we brought up Davin Roberts, and that just my biggest thing for those rookies and for the young guys moving up was how is their racecraft going to be? How are they going to feel with the moment? Are they going to be nervous? How are they going to feel with the pressure of it all? And I think Chase was really impressive from start to finish, and I thought the exact same thing Xander did. I was like, I'm waiting for Chase Gassier-Lee from his junior days, right, where he would make moves like that. He would get a little bit antsy to make moves, and you didn't see that. It was very, very mature driving, and I think more than anything out of Chase, that's kind of been the culture, if you will, of other drivers in that senior class kind of transpiring that to Chase. He's very close with Ryan, with Austin, a lot of the guys out in Florida, and kind of that's kind of been the culture that I think has been that's been seen more than anything out of the veteran drivers transpired on guys like Chase and Davin, and he was impressive for sure, Kyle.
So, you know, before we close out, I think we're getting pretty close to done. Xander, just last thing, we've seen this 5 years now. Is there anything to the layout, to the format that you would like to see kind of going into next year?
You know, I hate that we got rained on when we went backwards because I think that would have been really interesting. I think what was fun about last night's format was the fact that you don't have a nice exit curb and runoff in a major passing zone and braking corner in turn 3. You saw a lot of guys high side, and it got tricky. I think you would see that if we went backwards over the curbing there. I got asked by a few people this weekend even about running the regular switchback today. Like, why don't we do backwards switchback? And I was like, well, we sent 50 through that. That's a bit sketchy, or 30 plus. Format-wise, dude, I don't think you change anything. At the end of the day, like, this is drivers adjusting to it, and I think feedback you could give either way. But the more I think about it, everyone involved in the event just needs to go, okay, this is what this is, and then it's separate. And we had a lot of new faces join the grid. Sounds like we'll have more of them back next year for another year, and more new faces joining. So getting that adjustment and kind of that uniformity understanding is key.
Caleb? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, more than anything, I think on the K senior side, I'd like to see the Talladega kind of come back, right? Run that outer loop. I think that'd be cool. Some draft pack racing, a little bull ring. What I do think, and one of the points, I think it was a bit crowded, maybe Heat 1, Heat 2, with the amount of drivers that we had. I think we started about 20 in that race, so it was a bit crowded. And again, not all of them made it into the main event. I like that as well, right? That you have to earn your way to race in the main event, if you will, of the shootout.
All right,
Yeah.
boys.
Yeah, I would like to see the field get a little more exclusive.
I would
I'm with
too.
you.
I would too. Maybe 10, 10, 15 max. But yeah, just more exclusive. Make it harder to get in there, right? Champions, Supernats champions. Just
because then you can do the tight layouts.
Oh, for sure.
I think the tight layouts like this race good at a certain level. The shorter distance races. So, yeah, make it a big deal to be a part of.
I think that also hurts the invert too a little bit, maybe.
It does, but I mean, like, there's a balance of entertainment and just chaos, I think.
It's the all-star race, right? It should be, it should be the best of the best out there racing. And the field was really good today. The talent pool was really good in that field. But, again, it just seemed a bit crowded going through 1, 3s, even some of the cutoffs where there was a lot of incidents where it was just guys, right, just moving through traffic. Austin was one of the big ones that I was talking to him. He was like, man, I'm just avoiding guys left and right, putting it off the racetrack, making mistakes, and I just can't, have my own race out there because it was crowded. So, yeah, I think that's the biggest thing for me.
I'm with it.
All right, boys. Well, it's been a pleasure. Make sure you stay tuned to Kart Chaser. We're live. This is the home of karting, and we'll be back after this commercial break for podiums. Make sure you stay tuned, and we're also going to run it back tomorrow for $5,000 more.
And more.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Hey guys, it's Lucas Nogueira here, and today we're going to talk about some cool features that Race Shootout 3 has that people normally don't know about it. And the first thing is how to check the weather between 2 sessions on Race Shootout 3, okay? So here, I got a comparison with Orlando on the Rotax, and if you look on the bottom left, I have the weather showing my ambient temperature, pressure, humidity, and even the wind direction and wind speed. And then I have this from 1 week of the Rotax Winter Trophy, and then the second week was a bit hotter. So we kind of know how the carburation will change when the weather changes. And to be able to get this, all you gotta do is when you are on...
Welcome back, everyone, to close out our evening here from Trackhouse Motorplex in the IAME Grand National Championship MG Tires X30 Shootout. We'll call up to the podium, 3rd place and $1,000, Gus Lawrence. Second place tonight and $2,000, Austin Garrison. And your main event winner for the 5th running of the MG Tires X30 Shootout for $5,000, Caleb Gaffera. All right, let's give it up one more time, everyone, for your MG Tires X30 podium. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll sign it off, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow, 10 a.m. with warm-ups and the main events from the IAME Grand National Championship. Thanks for watching.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.